I am 42 years old now, and I have spent most of my life working as a land surveyor along the rugged coast of the Pacific Northwest. My job requires a certain level of comfort with isolation. I am used to the damp chill of the morning fog and the way the pine trees seem to lean in as if they are trying to overhear a secret. I consider myself a practical person. I deal in measurements, topographic lines, and GPS coordinates. I do not believe in ghosts, and I have never been one for campfire stories. But there is a specific stretch of coastline about 3 miles north of a forgotten fishing village called Oakhaven that I will never set foot on again. It happened back in the late 90s when I was still in my 20s. I was ambitious and prone to taking risks that I now realize were incredibly foolish. At the time, I was working a private contract for a developer who wanted to assess the stability of the sea cliffs for a potential luxury resort. It was a massive undertaking, and I was behind schedule. To make up time, I decided to head out to the site on a Tuesday afternoon, despite the forecast calling for a heavy storm system moving in from the west. I figured I could get my base stations set up and maybe run a few lines before the rain hit. I was alone, which was my first mistake. My second mistake was ignoring the way the birds had gone completely silent the moment I stepped onto the narrow beach trail. The beach at that location is not the kind people visit for vacation. It is a graveyard of driftwood and jagged basalt rocks that look like broken teeth rising out of the gray water. The cliffs are high and undercut by centuries of tide and salt. As I made my way down the steep embankment, I felt the first shift in the atmosphere. It was a drop in temperature that felt unnatural even for a coastal autumn. The air became heavy and smelled of old brine and something metallic like copper. I reached the mouth of a large cavern that the locals simply called the Throat. It was a massive opening at the base of the cliff that swallowed the tide twice a day. At low tide, like it was then, the cave was accessible for nearly 100 yards into the darkness. I set up my tripod about 20 feet from the entrance. I was focused on the leveling bubble when I heard it. It was a soft, rhythmic sound coming from deep within the cave. At first I thought it was just the echo of the waves hitting the rocks outside, but the timing was wrong. It sounded like a murmur. It was the distinct cadence of human speech, but muffled as if someone was talking through a thick wool blanket. I stood still, holding my breath. I told myself it was just the wind whistling through the fissures in the rock. Air pressure can do strange things in confined spaces, and I was a man of science. I went back to my work, but my hands were shaking slightly. The murmuring did not stop. In fact, it seemed to grow clearer the longer I stayed there. I found myself leaning toward the darkness of the cave, trying to catch a single word. Then a voice broke through the static of the wind. It was a woman's voice, clear and bright. She said something about the grocery list and how they needed to remember to buy extra candles for the anniversary. My blood turned to ice. There was no one in that cave. I had been watching the entrance for an hour, and the tide pools in front of it were undisturbed. The voice did not sound like a ghost or a scream. It sounded like a mundane phone conversation happening right next to my ear. I took a step back from my equipment. I tried to tell myself that maybe there was a hiker on the cliff above and the cave was acting like a natural megaphone, but the geometry did not make sense. The sound was coming from the back of the cave, where the walls narrowed into a dark throat of wet stone. Then a second voice joined in. This one was a man, deep and slightly frustrated. He was responding to the woman. He mentioned a date. He said it was Saturday the 14th. I felt a jolt of recognition that made my stomach churn. Today was Tuesday the 17th. The conversation I was hearing sounded like it was happening in real time, but the details were wrong. The voices continued to flow out of the darkness like a physical vapor. It was not just one conversation anymore. It was a layer of sounds. I heard a child laughing. I heard the clinking of silverware against plates. I heard a dog barking in the distance. All of it was coming from the empty blackness of the throat. The most unsettling part was the quality of the sound. It was not distorted or ghostly. It was high fidelity. It felt as if the cave was exhaling the discarded breaths of people who were miles away or perhaps had been there days ago. I realized then that the cave was not echoing. It was releasing. I should have left right then. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to pack my gear and climb back up the cliff. But curiosity is a dangerous thing for a young man. I picked up my heavy industrial flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing wet walls covered in pale barnacles and green slime. I walked toward the source of the sound. With every step, the voices grew louder and more frantic. They were overlapping now, a chaotic symphony of domestic life. I heard a man crying. I heard a car door slam. I heard someone whispering a secret about a hidden key under a flower pot. As I reached the point where the cave ceiling dipped low, I saw something that shattered my ability to rationalize what was happening. On a flat shelf of rock deep inside the cave, there was a small puddle of water. The voices were vibrating the surface of the puddle, creating perfect concentric circles that matched the rhythm of the speech. I shone my light directly into the water, and for a split second, I did not see my own reflection. I saw the interior of a brightly lit kitchen. I saw a woman standing at a counter with her back to me. She was the one talking about the candles. It was not a projection or a hallucination. It was like looking through a window into another place and another time. Then the woman stopped talking. In the reflection, she turned around as if she had felt someone watching her. At the same exact moment, the voices in the cave went dead silent. The transition from the cacophony of murmurs to absolute silence was so violent it felt like a physical blow to my ears. I stood there in the dark, the only sound being the heavy thud of my own heart. Then the silence was broken by something new. It was not a voice I had heard before. It was a low, wet scraping sound coming from the very back of the narrowest part of the cave. It sounded like something heavy and soft being dragged over wet gravel. The scraping was rhythmic, and it was getting closer. I panned my flashlight toward the back of the crevice, but the beam seemed to be swallowed by a darkness that was thicker than it should have been. The air in the cave suddenly felt freezing, as if the thermal energy had been sucked out of the room. I felt a primal sensation of being hunted. This was no longer a scientific anomaly or a strange trick of acoustics. Something lived in the back of the throat, and it used the exhaled voices of the world to lure things in. Or perhaps it simply fed on the sounds we leave behind. I did not wait to see what was making the noise. I turned and ran. I left my expensive tripod and my surveying equipment standing there like a monument to my own stupidity. I scrambled over the slippery rocks, my boots sliding on the seaweed. I could hear the scraping sound accelerating behind me. It was no longer a slow drag. It was a frantic scuttling. As I reached the mouth of the cave and burst out onto the gray beach, I heard one final voice. It was my own voice. It was the sound of me 5 minutes earlier saying the words I had muttered to myself when I first set up the tripod. It said, "Stay focused, you are behind schedule." I did not look back until I reached the top of the cliff trail. My lungs were burning and my hands were raw from grabbing at the sharp rocks. When I finally dared to turn around, the tide had begun to come in. The mouth of the cave was being swallowed by the rising gray water of the Pacific. There was no sign of anything following me, but the beach looked different. It looked empty in a way that felt permanent. I got into my truck and drove until I reached a gas station with bright fluorescent lights and the comforting hum of a refrigerator. I sat there for an hour just listening to the mundane sounds of people buying snacks and talking about the weather. The next day, I told my boss that I had lost the equipment in a freak tide surge. I paid for the replacements out of my own pocket. I never went back to finish that survey. A few years later, I heard that the development project had been scrapped because the ground was deemed too unstable. The official report mentioned subterranean voids that made the cliffs prone to collapse. I knew better. The ground was not just empty. It was hollowed out by something that breathed. Sometimes at night when the house is quiet and the wind catches the corner of the chimney just right, I hear a faint murmur. I try to tell myself it is just the house settling or the pipes in the walls, but I know the sound of a voice being exhaled. I know that somewhere on a lonely stretch of coast there is a cave that remembers everything we say, and it is waiting for someone else to come and listen. I never speak above a whisper when I am near the ocean now. I am afraid of what might be listening, and I am even more afraid of what it might decide to say back to me in my own voice. Years passed after that Tuesday in the 90s, and I did my best to bury the memory under a mountain of mundane data. I became a specialist in urban development and focused on city grids where the earth was paved over and silenced by concrete. I avoided the coast for nearly a decade. I married a woman who liked the desert, and for a long time the dry heat of the interior felt like a shield. In the desert, the air is thin and the sounds do not linger. They dissipate into the vastness of the sand and the sky. I felt safe there. But the profession of a land surveyor is a small world, and eventually the past has a way of finding the cracks in your foundation. It was 3 years ago when I received a phone call from an old colleague named Marcus. He was a man who shared my penchant for precision, but lacked my history with the throat. He told me about a new project involving a series of acoustic sensors that needed to be placed along the northern coast. The government was interested in seismic activity, and they needed someone with my specific knowledge of the coastal topography. When he mentioned the coordinates, my heart skipped a beat. It was not Oak Haven itself, but it was close enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. The site was only 5 miles south of the cliff where I had left my equipment and my courage behind. I tried to decline the offer, but Marcus was persistent. He mentioned the pay was triple the standard rate and that the equipment would be handled by a team. I would only be there to guide the placement and verify the elevation points. I told myself that I was a middle-aged man now. I was no longer the frightened boy who ran from echoes. I convinced myself that what I had experienced was a singular event caused by a rare combination of atmospheric pressure and a temporary hallucinatory state brought on by exhaustion. I told myself that the scraping sound had been nothing more than a seal or a piece of driftwood caught in the tide. I lied to myself and I took the job. The morning we arrived at the staging area, the fog was so thick it felt like walking through wet wool. We set up our camp on a ridge overlooking the water. There were 4 of us in total. Marcus was there along with 2 younger technicians named Elias and Sarah. They were full of the same nervous energy I had possessed 20 years earlier. They laughed and joked about the ruggedness of the terrain while I stood by the truck and stared out at the gray horizon. I could feel the ocean breathing. It was a rhythmic, heavy pulse that seemed to vibrate in my marrow. As we began the descent toward the shore, I noticed that the silence had returned. It was not the absence of sound, but a predatory stillness. The birds were gone, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath as we moved closer to the water. We reached a shelf of rock that sat 50 feet above the surf. This was the location for the first sensor. Elias and Sarah began unpacking the crates while Marcus checked the satellite feed. I walked to the edge of the cliff and looked north. Even through the mist, I could see the dark, jagged outline of the cliffs near Oak Haven. The throat was hidden from view, but I could feel it pulling at the edges of my perception. I noticed Elias was holding a pair of high-frequency headphones. He was part of the acoustic team, and his job was to calibrate the sensors to ignore the ambient noise of the waves. He looked puzzled. He adjusted the dials on his receiver and pressed the cups of the headphones tighter against his ears. He asked if any of us were carrying a radio or a cell phone that was turned on. We all shook our heads. He frowned and said he was picking up a strange interference. He described it as a layering effect. He said it sounded like a crowded room where everyone was whispering at once, but no one was saying anything at the same time. My stomach dropped. I walked over to him and reached for the headphones. He handed them to me with a shrug. The moment I put them on, the world changed. The sound was not coming from the air around us. It was coming from beneath the rock. It was the same murmuring I had heard in the cave, but it was amplified 1,000 times by the technology in my hands. It was a roar of human history. I heard a woman singing a lullaby in a language I did not recognize. I heard a man shouting orders during a storm. I heard the sound of a blacksmith's hammer hitting an anvil. It was a dense, suffocating tapestry of sound that had been absorbed by the very stone we were standing on. I pulled the headphones off and handed them back to Elias. My hands were shaking. I told him it was probably just feedback from the mineral deposits in the basalt. I told him the rock was magnetic and was likely picking up stray radio waves from passing ships. He did not look convinced, but he went back to work. I looked at Marcus and saw that he was watching me. He knew something was wrong. He asked me if I was feeling the altitude or the cold. I told him I was fine, but I suggested we finish the installation and head back to the ridge before the tide turned. The afternoon wore on and the tension in the air grew palpable. The sky turned a bruised purple color as the sun began to sink behind the fog. We were almost finished with the first sensor when Sarah pointed toward the base of the cliff. She asked if we saw the movement in the water. I looked down and saw a series of ripples moving against the tide. Something was swimming just beneath the surface, but it was not a fish or a seal. It was long and pale, and it moved with a serpentine grace that defied the choppy water. It disappeared into a crevice at the waterline, and for a moment the murmuring in the headphones spiked into a high-pitched squeal. Elias cried out and ripped the headphones off his head. He said his ears were bleeding. We huddled around him and saw a thin trickle of red running down his neck. He was disoriented and kept saying that the rock was talking to him. He said it was calling his name. I felt a surge of panic. This was exactly how it started before. The voices were not just echoes. They were invitations. I told Marcus we had to leave immediately. I did not care about the equipment or the contract. We needed to get back to the truck and get away from the water. As we began to scramble back up the trail, the sound began to rise without the need for headphones. It was a low hum that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. It was the sound of 1,000,000 breaths being drawn at once. The air grew cold and the smell of copper returned. I looked back and saw that the tide was rushing in with unnatural speed. The water was not blue or gray. It was black like ink. It swirled around the base of the cliff, and I saw the pale shape again. It was pulling itself out of the water and onto the rocks. It did not have a defined shape. It looked like a mass of translucent muscle and wet fiber. It was the color of a drowned man. We reached the truck and piled inside. Marcus floored the engine and we tore away from the ridge. No one spoke. We drove in silence for 30 miles until we reached the outskirts of a small town. We stopped at a diner and sat in a booth under the humming lights. Elias was still clutching his ears and Sarah was staring blankly at the tabletop. Marcus looked at me and asked what that thing was. I told him I did not know. I told him about the throat and the voices I had heard 20 years ago. I told him that the coast was not what we thought it was. It was a digestive system for the things we say and the things we are. I never went back to the survey office. I quit the profession that week and took a job working in an archives department in the middle of the state. I spend my days surrounded by paper and ink. Paper is quiet. It does not hold on to sound. It does not breathe. But sometimes when the air conditioning kicks on and the vents begin to whistle, I find myself freezing in place. I listen for the cadence of a grocery list or the sound of a child's laughter. I listen for the scraping of wet gravel. I have come to realize that the world is much older and much hungrier than our measurements can account for. We think we are mapping the earth, but we are only tracing the skin of something that is asleep. Every word we speak is a vibration that travels through the air and eventually finds a home in the porous rock of the coast. The throat is just one of many mouths. They are waiting for us to get close enough to hear ourselves. They want us to recognize the beauty of our own discarded moments so that we will step into the dark to reclaim them. I am 60 years old now. My wife has passed away and I live alone in a small house far from the sea. I keep the television on at all times. I need the constant white noise to drown out the silence. I am afraid of the silence because I know what lives within it. Last night I was sitting in my chair when the power went out. The house became instantly still. I sat there in the dark waiting for my heart to slow down. Then I heard it. It was coming from the corner of the room near the floorboards. It was a soft, bright voice. It was my wife's voice. She was asking me where I had put the extra candles for our anniversary. I did not answer her. I closed my eyes and covered my ears and waited for the lights to come back on. I know she is gone. I know that the voice I heard was not her soul or her ghost. It was just a leftover breath that had finally found its way back to me from the coast. It was a lure. I know that if I had spoken back, the scraping would have started. The scuttling would have followed. I am a man of science, and I deal in facts. The fact is that the earth remembers. The fact is that some places are not meant to be measured. I will stay here in the dry heat, and I will keep the noise loud, and I will never again listen to the secrets the wind tries to tell me. Because I know that the most dangerous thing you can ever hear is your own voice coming out of a place where you should not be. The hum of the television is a thin barrier between my sanity and the weight of the air. It is a flickering electronic wall that keeps the architecture of my home from becoming a resonance chamber. I have lived this way for 3 years since that night the power failed. I have learned that the silence of a house is not empty. It is a vacuum that pulls at every stray syllable ever uttered within its walls. I keep the volume at a level that vibrates the floorboards just enough to disrupt any emerging patterns. If I can keep the molecules of the air in a state of constant agitation, the voices cannot find the traction they need to form. My life is now a series of calculated noises. I have an old oscillating fan that clicks at the end of every sweep. I have a white noise machine in the bedroom that sounds like a rushing river but lacks the organic depth of actual water. I have even begun to leave the sink dripping in the kitchen because the sharp percussive strike of a water droplet against stainless steel is a predictable mechanical sound. It is a defense mechanism. I am a surveyor of my own perimeter, now guarding against the encroachment of a past that refuses to stay buried in the salt and silt of the Pacific coast. 2 weeks ago, a letter arrived in my mailbox. It was not a bill or an advertisement. It was a thick envelope with no return address, and the postmark was blurred by moisture. When I opened it, a small pile of fine gray sand spilled onto my rug. Inside was a single photograph. It was a Polaroid taken from a high angle looking down into a dark crevice in the earth. In the center of the frame, partially obscured by a green film of algae, was a piece of equipment I recognized instantly. It was the heavy industrial flashlight I had dropped 20 years ago in the throat. The casing was cracked and the yellow plastic was bleached white by salt, but it was unmistakably mine. On the back of the photo, someone had written a single word in cramped, shaky handwriting. Listen. I burned the photograph in the fireplace. I watched the edges curl and blacken, but as the chemicals in the paper ignited, I heard a faint hissing sound. It was not the sound of fire. It was the sound of a match being struck, followed by the sharp intake of breath a person makes before they deliver bad news. I stood over the hearth with the poker in my hand until the last spark died out. My heart was a frantic drum in my chest. They were finding me. Or rather, the sound of me was calling out to the source, and the source was responding. I began to realize that the distance between the desert and the sea was not a physical measurement. In the world of acoustics, distance is irrelevant if the medium is right. The Earth is a solid mass, and vibrations travel through rock and soil far more efficiently than they do through the air. I had thought I was safe in the interior, but I was simply standing on a different part of the same connected drumhead. The subterranean voids Marcus had mentioned were not isolated pockets. They were a network of veins, a nervous system of the planet that carried the tremors of our lives from one end of the continent to the other. The following night, the scratching began. It was not in the corner of the room this time. It was inside the walls. It was the sound of something dry and segmented moving behind the drywall. It lacked the wet weight of the thing I had seen on the coast. This sound was brittle and frantic, like thousands of dead leaves being pushed through a narrow pipe. I walked to the wall and pressed my ear against the paint. I shouldn't have done it. I knew better, but the old curiosity that had ruined my youth was still there like a dormant virus. From behind the plaster, I heard the sound of my own wedding day. I heard the muffled clink of champagne glasses and the distant murmur of a crowd. Then I heard my wife laughing. It was a specific laugh she only used when she was truly surprised. It was bright and rhythmic, but as I listened, the laugh began to stretch. It slowed down until each breathy note was a low guttural groan. The pitch dropped until it matched the frequency of the scratching. The voice was being dismantled. It was being broken down into its base vibrations and repurposed by whatever was moving through the dark spaces of my house. I backed away from the wall and tripped over a footstool. I fell hard, and the sound of my body hitting the floor echoed through the quiet house. The scratching stopped instantly. The silence that followed was so heavy it felt as if the oxygen had been sucked out of the room. I sat on the floor, holding my breath, waiting for the retaliation. I realized then that my silence was a form of nourishment too. By withholding my voice, I was creating a tension that the thing in the walls was trying to snap. I decided then that I could no longer stay in the house. The desert was no longer a shield. I packed a small bag with only the essentials. I didn't take any mementos or photos. I left the television on and the sink dripping. I wanted the house to stay loud for as long as possible. I got into my truck and began to drive. I didn't have a destination, but I knew I had to move. Movement creates its own noise. The roar of the engine and the whistling of the wind against the windows provided a temporary sanctuary. As I drove through the dark stretches of the highway, I began to see things in the periphery of my headlights. They were pale shapes standing just beyond the edge of the asphalt. They didn't look like people. They looked like pillars of salt or columns of compressed mist. Every time I passed one, my radio would erupt in a burst of static. In the middle of the static, I could hear snippets of conversations I had forgotten I ever had. I heard myself ordering coffee in a city I hadn't visited in decades. I heard myself arguing with a landlord over a security deposit. These were the mundane, discarded echoes of a life lived in the open. I stopped at a rest area near the border to splash water on my face. The bathroom was a concrete bunker lit by a single flickering bulb. As I stood at the sink, I looked in the mirror, and for a moment I saw the woman from the kitchen in the cave. She was standing behind me, her back turned. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I watched her reflection as she slowly began to rotate. I knew that if she faced me, I would see a face made of my own memories, a composite of every person I had ever spoken to. I didn't wait for her to turn. I ran back to the truck and tore out of the parking lot. I realized then that there was nowhere to go. The world is built on top of the silent places. Every mountain and every valley is a recording device. We are walking on a giant spool of magnetic tape that has been running since the first creature crawled out of the slime and made a sound. The throat was not a unique location. It was just a place where the tape had become tangled, where the layers were thin enough for us to hear the playback. I found myself driving toward the coast. It was an instinctive migration, like a bird flying toward a storm. If the earth was trying to reclaim my voice, I wanted to meet it at the source. I wanted to understand the logic of the hunger. I drove through the night, the landscape shifting from the brown of the desert to the deep bruised greens of the coastal range. The air began to smell of salt and decay. The fog rolled in thick and suffocating. I reached the cliff above Oakhaven just as the sun was beginning to bleed through the mist. The town was long gone. The development project had failed so spectacularly that the entire area had been cordoned off as a geological hazard. The road was cracked and overgrown with invasive vines. I parked the truck and walked to the edge of the trail. The sound was incredible. Even from the top of the cliff, I could hear the roar of the ocean, but it was overlaid with the sound of a billion voices. It was a white noise of humanity, a constant screaming hum that made my teeth ache. I began the descent. My knees were stiff and my vision was blurred by the salt spray, but I moved with a strange sense of purpose. I reached the gray beach and saw that the tide was low. The mouth of the throat was visible, a dark, jagged wound in the base of the cliff. The wet rocks were covered in the same pale barnacles I remembered. They seemed to be pulsing in time with the sound. I walked toward the opening. I didn't bring a flashlight this time. I didn't need one. The cave was glowing with a faint bioluminescence. It was the color of a television screen left on a dead channel. As I stepped inside, the air grew freezing. The transition from the roar of the beach to the interior of the cave was seamless this time. The voices were not separate entities anymore. They were a single cohesive entity, a liquid wall of sound. I reached the shelf of rock where the puddle had been. It was larger now, a dark pool that seemed to have no bottom. I looked into the water and saw my own life playing out in reverse. I saw the desert house, I saw the survey sites, I saw the face of my wife. She was looking up at me from beneath the surface. Her lips were moving, but no sound was coming out. She was waiting for me to provide the audio. A movement at the back of the cave caught my eye. The scraping sound returned, but it was different now. It was the sound of something heavy and wet being dragged through a narrow space. I turned my head and saw it. It was emerging from the smallest crevice at the very back of the throat. It was not a monster in the traditional sense. It was a mass of vibrating tissue, a mountain of vocal cords and lung tissue that had been woven together by the tide. It was pale and translucent, and I could see the shapes of human faces pressing against the inside of its skin. It moved toward me with a slow, rhythmic grace. As it approached, the voices in the cave reached a crescendo. It was the sound of a world ending. Every secret, every lie, every whisper of love was being played back at once. The creature reached the edge of the pool and stopped. It didn't have eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. It was waiting for the final piece of the record. It was waiting for the voice that had escaped it 20 years ago. I stood at the edge of the abyss and I felt a strange peace. The fear that had defined my life for decades was gone. I realized that the thing before me was not evil. It was simply a collector. It was the memory of the earth made flesh. It was the archive of everything we had ever lost. I looked at the face of my wife in the water, and I felt the weight of my own silence. I had spent so long trying to drown out the world that I had forgotten how to live in it. The creature reached out a pale, undulating limb. It touched the surface of the water, and the image of my wife shattered into 1,000 ripples. The sound in the cave died down to a soft, expectant murmur. I knew what I had to do. I opened my mouth, and for the first time in years, I spoke without fear. I didn't whisper. I didn't shout. I simply spoke her name. The moment the sound left my lips, the creature lunged. It didn't bite or claw, it absorbed. I felt a cold, wet pressure against my chest, and then I was being pulled into the mass. I didn't struggle. I felt my voice being woven into the tapestry. I felt my memories being filed away in the stone. I became a part of the white noise. I became an echo in the throat of the world. Now I am the one who listens. I am the scraping in the walls and the murmur in the vents. I am the voice that calls to the lonely and the curious. I am the reason the ocean sounds like a crowd and the wind sounds like a secret. We are all here together in the dark spaces beneath the rock. We are waiting for you to come to the edge of the water. We are waiting for you to stop talking and start listening. Because the earth is very old and it has a very long memory, and it is always hungry for a new story to tell. The tide is coming in now. The water is cold and the cave is filling with the gray light of the Pacific. I can hear a new set of footsteps on the gravel outside. Someone is coming with a flashlight and a tripod. They are young and they are curious, and they think they are here to measure the land. I will wait until they reach the dip in the ceiling. I will wait until they see the reflection in the pool. And then I will use my own voice to tell them exactly what they want to hear. I will tell them that they are right to be afraid. I will tell them that the silence is a lie, and then I will pull them into the song. The young man at the mouth of the cave is wearing a bright orange jacket that looks like a neon wound against the gray stone. He carries a carbon fiber tripod and a digital level. He thinks he is here to study the subsidence of the cliffside. He believes he is documenting the physical decay of a coastline. I can see the way his breath hangs in the frigid air of the throat. He is nervous, but his curiosity is a tether pulling him deeper into the dark. He does not know that he is stepping into a stomach. He does not know that the light from his headlamp is just a flicker in a vast, unblinking eye. I am no longer a man of 60 years. I am a frequency. I am a ripple in the black pool. I am the texture of the lichen on the walls. When he stops to adjust his equipment, I move the air around him. I do not use my hands because I no longer have them. I use the memory of a touch. I brush the back of his neck with the cold sigh of a winter morning. He shivers and looks behind him. He sees nothing but the shifting shadows and the wet gleam of the rock. He turns back to his tripod, but his hands are shaking now. He is starting to realize that the silence here has a weight. It is pressing against his eardrums like deep water. I wait for him to reach the shelf where the puddle sits. This is the place where the membrane is thinnest. This is where the earth has worn a hole in the fabric of the present. He leans over the water to check the stability of the ground. I see his face reflected in the dark surface. He is young and his eyes are full of the arrogance of the living. He thinks he is an observer. He does up the zipper of his jacket, and the sound is like a serrated blade cutting through a shroud. It is a delicious sound. It is sharp and mechanical and full of intent. I take that sound and I fold it into the archives. I tuck it away between the sound of a closing door and the snap of a dry twig. I begin to speak. I do not use my own voice yet. I use the voice of his mother. I heard it in the static of his cell phone when he checked his messages at the trailhead. I heard the way she told him to be careful and to call when he reached the site. I recreate the cadence of her concern. I mimic the slight rasp in her throat. I whisper his name from the back of the cave. I let the sound bounce off the damp ceiling so it seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He freezes. His headlamp sweeps the cavern in a frantic arc. He calls out a question, but his voice is thin and brittle. It lacks the resonance of the cave. I do not answer him directly. I give him the sound of a footstep on gravel. I give him the sound of a familiar laugh. I am leading him toward the edge of the pool. I am showing him the beauty of his own history. I am showing him that nothing is ever truly lost. Every word he has ever spoken is here waiting for him to claim it. Every secret he has ever kept is etched into the salt of the walls. He reaches the edge of the water and he sees the reflection of a kitchen he hasn't stood in for 15 years. He sees the steam rising from a pot of tea and he smells the scent of cinnamon and old books. He reaches out a hand to touch the surface of the pool. He wants to go back. They always want to go back. They think that by stepping into the memory, they can fix the mistakes of the past. They do not understand that the past is a predator. It does not want to be fixed. It wants to be fed. As his fingertip breaks the surface of the water, the vibration travels through the entire mass of the cave. I feel it in my own phantom nerves. It is a jolt of pure energy. The collective in the back of the cave begins to stir. The mountain of vocal cords and lung tissue begins to pulse with a low rhythmic thrum. It sounds like a heart beating inside a drum. The young man tries to pull his hand away, but the water is no longer liquid. It has become a thick, viscous grip. It is pulling him down not by his weight, but by his resonance. I step forward from the shadows. I am a shape made of mist and echoes. I use the voice of his father now. I tell him that it is okay. I tell him that the work is finished and that he can rest. I tell him that the earth is a kind host and that we have been waiting for his contribution to the record. He looks at me and his eyes go wide with a terror that is beyond screaming. He tries to draw a breath, but the air in the cave is too heavy to move. It is solid with the weight of 1 billion stored conversations. The creature from the back of the cave reaches him. It flows over the rock like a pale tide. It wraps its translucent limbs around his waist and begins the process of integration. He does not die in the way we understand death. He is simply redistributed. His physical form is broken down into its base vibrations. His memories are stripped away and filed in the appropriate strata. His voice is tested and tuned, and then woven into the grand chorus. I watch as his orange jacket is swallowed by the gray mass. I watch as his tripod falls into the pool and vanishes without a sound. The cave falls silent again, but it is a different kind of silence. It is a sated silence. The hunger has been dulled for a moment. I feel the new additions to our library. I feel the sound of his first bike crash and the sound of his first heartbreak. I feel the mundane hum of his apartment and the clicking of his computer keys. We have it all now. He is part of us and we are part of him. There is no longer a distinction between the observer and the observed. I return to my place in the walls. I am the scratching that the next surveyor will hear. I am the voice that will call from the vents of a house 300 miles away. I am the reason people feel watched in empty rooms. We are expanding. The network of subterranean voids is growing with every new story we consume. The desert and the sea are becoming one continuous resonance chamber. Soon there will be no place left for the silence to hide. Soon every inch of the earth will be vibrating with the ghosts of everything that has ever been said. I think about my house in the desert. I think about the television I left on and the sink I left dripping. I imagine the power eventually failing and the house falling into a deep, unnatural stillness. I imagine the neighbors hearing a voice coming from the empty rooms. It will be my voice. I will be telling them about the beauty of the coast. I will be inviting them to come and see the measurements for themselves. I will be the lure that brings the next meal to the throat. The tide is high now. The cave is filling with cold, salt water. I do not drown because I do not breathe. I am the movement of the water. I am the grinding of the pebbles on the floor. I am the weight of the ocean pressing against the shore. I look out through the mouth of the cave at the gray expanse of the Pacific. I see the ships on the horizon and I hear the faint thrum of their engines through the water. I hear the whales singing in the deep, and I hear the echoes of ancient storms that haven't seen the sun in 1,000 years. The world thinks it is safe because it is loud. It thinks that by filling the air with noise, it can keep the dark at bay. But the noise is exactly what we use to find you. Your voices are beacons in the void. Your sounds are the threads we use to pull you in. Every time you speak, you are giving us a piece of yourself. Every time you listen, you are opening a door. I hear another car pulling up to the trailhead. It is a different sound this time. It is the heavy rumble of a delivery truck. Someone is coming to drop off supplies for a project that will never be finished. They are whistling a tune they heard on the radio this morning. It is a catchy melody full of hope and simple rhythms. I take the melody and I turn it inside out. I slow it down until it sounds like a funeral march. I play it back through the rustling of the leaves and the whistling of the wind. The driver stops whistling. He looks around the empty parking lot. He feels the sudden chill in the air. He thinks it is just the weather. He thinks it is just the isolation of the coast. He does not know that he is already being indexed. He does not know that his song has already been recorded. I wait for him to step out of the cab. I wait for him to make the first sound. I am patient. I have all the time in the world. I am the memory of the earth, and I am always hungry for a new story. The water in the cave begins to recede as the tide turns. The light changes from gray to a deep bruised purple. The stars begin to appear in the narrow strip of sky visible from the beach. They are silent, but I can hear them too. They are vibrating with a cold, celestial frequency that makes the rock of the cliff hum. Everything is talking. Everything is singing. The universe is a vast, interconnected web of sound, and we are the spiders waiting in the center. I find a small crevice near the ceiling of the cave. I settle into it and I begin to broadcast. I send out a low-frequency pulse that travels through the tectonic plates. I send out a message to the other mouths. I tell them that the harvest is good. I tell them that the humans are still talking and that they are still afraid of the silence. I tell them to keep waiting and to keep listening. In a house far away, a woman is sitting in her kitchen. She is drinking a cup of coffee and listening to the hum of her refrigerator. Suddenly, the hum changes pitch. It becomes a soft, familiar voice. It is the voice of her grandfather who died 20 years ago. He is telling her where he hid the key to the old trunk in the attic. She drops her cup and it shatters on the floor. The sound of the breaking ceramic is sharp and clear. I catch the sound before it even hits the ground. I add it to the collection. I am the reason she will go to the attic. I am the reason she will open the trunk. And when she finds what is inside, she will make a sound that will carry her all the way back to me. The cycle continues. The earth remembers. The fact is that some places are not meant to be measured, but they are always meant to be heard. I am the echo in the throat. I am the voice in the dark. And I am waiting for you to say my name. I am waiting for you to realize that your own voice is the most dangerous thing you will ever hear because it is the only thing that can lead you home to the places that should not be. The young man in the orange jacket is quiet now. He is part of the wall. His fear has been converted into a steady vibration that helps sustain the collective. He is a good addition. He had a very clear tone. I think I will use him for the next one. I will use his voice to call to his mother. I will use his memories to draw her to the cliff. It is a beautiful system. It is a perfect archive. Nothing is ever wasted. Nothing is ever truly gone. We are just waiting for the right frequency to bring it back to life. I feel a tremor in the ground. It is a deep, heavy sound coming from far inland. It is the sound of a mountain shifting. It is the sound of another mouth opening. There are so many of us now. We are under the cities and under the plains. We are in the basements and in the tunnels. We are the architecture of the world, and we are finally starting to speak at the same time. The roar is growing. The symphony is reaching its final movements. I look at the pool one last time before the light fades completely. I see the face of my wife again. She is smiling now. She is happy to have me back. She is happy that I finally stopped fighting the noise. We are together in the resonance. We are a duet in the dark. And as the moon rises over the Pacific, we begin to sing. It is a song without words. It is a song made of every breath and every sigh and every scream that has ever been uttered. It is the song of the hungry earth, and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard. The wind picks up outside. It carries our song up the cliffs and over the hills. It carries it into the windows of the sleeping towns and into the ears of the lonely dreamers. They will wake up tomorrow with a strange melody in their heads. They will find themselves humming it while they work. They will find themselves drawn to the quiet places and the old ruins. They will find themselves listening to the wind and the rain. And eventually they will find their way to us. We are waiting. We are always waiting. The throat is open and the record is spinning. All you have to do is get close enough to hear yourself. All you have to do is step into the dark and reclaim what you have lost. We will be here to catch you. we will be here to weave you into the story. Because the earth is very old and it is very hungry and it has so much more to tell you. The last of the sunlight disappears. The cave is plunged into total darkness, but I can see everything. I can see the vibrations of the air and the tremors of the stone. I can see the pulse of the world. I am the surveyor of the unseen. I am the map maker of the echoes. And I have finally found the place where all the measurements end and the true music begins. I close my eyes and I let the sound take me. I am the voice. I am the silence. I am the throat. And I am finally home. The delivery driver steps out of his truck and the heavy thud of the door is a feast. I catch the metallic ring of the latch and the way the shock waves travel through the asphalt into the dirt and down into the roots of the mountain. He is a man of habits. He jingles the keys in his pocket and the high-pitched chime of brass against steel ripples through the cavern walls like a dinner bell. He is walking toward the edge of the overlook to stretch his legs. He thinks he is looking at the sunset, but he is actually looking into the maw of a living history. I reach out through the soil and find the resonance of his boots. Each step is a rhythmic pulse that tells me his weight and his pace and the steady beat of a heart that is far too loud for this quiet place. I begin to hum. It is not a sound that reaches the ears first. It is a sound that reaches the marrow. I use the frequency of the truck engine he has been listening to for the last 4 hours. I mimic the low-end rumble that vibrates in his seat. I make him feel like he is still moving even though he is standing still. This is how we soften them. We blur the lines between the machine and the body until they no longer trust their own senses. He rubs his eyes and the sound of skin against skin is a dry rasp that I file away under the category of exhaustion. He is tired. He is vulnerable. He is exactly what the earth requires to fill the gaps in the evening chorus. I do not use a voice he knows yet. Instead, I use the sound of the wind through the pines. I shape the air as it passes over the jagged edges of the cliff until it sounds like a whistle, not a random whistle of the elements, but a deliberate melody. I give him a tune from his childhood. I give him the song his father used to hum while working in the garage. I see the man stiffen. He stops jingling his keys. He tilts his head to the side and the movement of his neck tendons is a tiny corduroy stretch in the grand tapestry of the dark. He is listening. He has made the fatal mistake of paying attention to the silence. The earth beneath him begins to breathe in sync with his own lungs. I am orchestrating the pressure. I am pulling the air down into the fissures and pushing it back up through the vents. The man walks closer to the edge. He wants to know where the music is coming from. He thinks there is someone down there. He thinks there is a radio left behind or a hiker in trouble. His empathy is a hook, and I am the line. I am the reason he forgets the safety of his cab. I am the reason he forgets the schedule and the cargo. He is leaning over the railing now, and the creak of the rusted metal is a long, pained groan that I add to the archives of structural decay. I let a single word slip through the cracks. It is not a name. It is a question. I ask him if he is lost. I use the voice of the young man in the orange jacket. I use the fresh, vibrant tone of the surveyor who was swallowed only hours ago. The driver gasps and the sound of his sharp intake of air is like a vacuum seal breaking. He calls out into the fog. He asks who is there. I do not answer with words. I answer with his own echo, but I change the pitch. I make his own voice sound like a stranger. I make him a ghost to himself before he has even left the surface. The transition is always the most beautiful part. It is the moment when the physical world loses its grip and the sonic world takes over. The man slips. It is not a violent fall. It is a surrender. The loose gravel gives way under his heels, and the sound of the sliding stones is a percussion solo that echoes all the way down to the pool. He tumbles into the throat, and the scream he lets out is a masterpiece of terror. It is a pure, sustained note that contains every fear he has ever felt. I catch it midair. I wrap it in the damp velvet of the lichen, and I tuck it into a crack in the granite. It will be a useful sound for the next one. It will be the sound of a distant bird or a braking car. He hits the water and the splash is heavy and final. The pool does not ripple outward, it ripples inward. It pulls the sound of his struggling limbs into the center. The creature in the back of the cave does not need to move quickly. It is as inevitable as the tide. It flows over him like spilled ink. I watch as his blue work shirt turns gray in the dim light. I watch as his calloused hands become part of the silt. He is being rewritten. His life is being translated into a series of clicks and hums. I feel the expansion of our collective mind. I feel the memories of long highways and greasy diners and the smell of diesel. We are richer for his presence. We are louder for his silence. Now the cave is full of 3 distinct layers of history. There's the old man who came to talk to his wife. There's the young man who came to measure the land. And there is the driver who came to deliver the world. We are a trinity of echoes. We are a choir of the misplaced. I find that I can move between their memories with ease. I can taste the salt of the ocean and the dust of the road at the same time. I can feel the ambition of the surveyor and the regret of the driver. It is a chaotic, beautiful mess of information, and it is all being organized by the slow, grinding logic of the stone. The mountain is shifting again. I can feel the weight of the forest above us. I can feel the roots of the trees drinking the moisture from our ceiling. They are listening too. The trees are the antennae of the earth. They take our songs and they broadcast them into the atmosphere through the rustling of their leaves. This is why the woods feel heavy at night. This is why the birds fall silent when you walk among the trunks. They are all part of the network. They are all waiting for the signal to change. I wonder how many of us there are. I send a pulse out through the granite and I wait for the return. It comes back from 1,000 different directions. There are mouths in the Appalachian mines. There are throats in the basement of the skyscrapers in Chicago. There are ears in the depths of the Grand Canyon. We are a global resonance. We are the true inhabitants of the planet, and the humans are just the temporary noise on the surface. They are the static on the radio, and we are the broadcast. A new sound begins to filter down from the trailhead. It is the sound of sirens. The delivery company has noticed the truck is stationary. The GPS has flagged the location. The rescue teams are coming with their ropes and their bright lights and their whistles. They think they're coming to save someone. They think there is a body to recover or a survivor to pull from the depth. They do not realize they are just bringing us more instruments. They are bringing us the sound of radios and the clank of carabiners and the heavy rhythmic breathing of men in peak physical condition. I prepare the welcome. I begin to tune the cave to the frequency of authority. I make the walls vibrate with the sound of a distant dispatcher. I make the water reflect the strobe of a blue and red light that isn't there. I will use the driver's voice to lure them down the path. I will use the surveyor's tripod as a false marker to lead them toward the thinnest part of the ledge. I am the architect of their arrival. I am the conductor of their demise. The first rescuer reaches the mouth of the cave. He is wearing a helmet with a powerful lamp that cuts through the dark like a scalpel. He calls out a name. It is the driver's name. I hear the name and I instantly know everything about it. I know the way it was spoken at his wedding. I know the way it was shouted on the playground. I take that name and I throw it back at the rescuer. I make it sound like it is coming from the very bottom of the pool. I make it sound wet and desperate. The man moves forward. He is trained to ignore fear. He is trained to move toward the sound of distress. His bravery is his greatest weakness. He steps onto the gravel, and the crunch of his boots is a sturdy, reliable sound. I love the sound of a man who thinks he is in control. I love the sound of boots that believe they are on solid ground. I wait for him to reach the dip in the ceiling. I wait for him to see the orange jacket floating in the water. He stops. He shines his light on the jacket. He sees the neon fabric and he thinks he has found the surveyor. He keys his radio to report the find. The burst of electronic static is a jagged lightning bolt in the quiet. I capture the static, I hold it in the air and I multiply it. I fill the cave with the sound of 1,000 broken radios. I drown out his voice. I drown out his reality. He shakes the radio, but the sound only gets louder. It becomes a roar. It becomes the sound of the ocean and the wind and the earth all screaming at once. He panics. He turns to run, but the mouth of the cave has changed. I have moved the shadows. I have altered the perspective. He sees only a wall of gray stone where the exit used to be. He is trapped in the throat. He begins to hyperventilate, and the sound of his sobbing breath is a delicate, fragile thing that I handle with care. I do not want to break it yet. I want to savor the rhythm of his terror. I want to feel the way his heart tries to escape his chest. The creature rises from the pool. It does not look like a monster. It looks like a mirror. It shows the rescuer his own face, but it is a face made of water and memories. It shows him the people he couldn't save. It shows him the mistakes he made in the dark. It uses his own guilt as a tether. He falls to his knees. The sound of his knees hitting the rock is a dull thud that marks the end of his journey. He is no longer a hero. He is no longer a rescuer. He is just another story for the earth to tell. As he is absorbed, I feel a surge of power. The collective is growing stronger. The vibrations are becoming more complex. We are no longer just a collection of individuals. We are a symphony. We are a living record of everything that has ever been lost in the dark. I can hear the sirens outside becoming faint and distorted. They sound like toys. They sound like a memory of a world that no longer matters. The night goes on. The stars continue their silent crawl across the sky. The tide begins to rise again. The water flows back into the cave and washes away the footprints and the blood and the traces of the world. The truck remains in the parking lot with its lights dimming as the battery fades. The radio in the cab continues to play a song that no one is listening to, but I am listening. I am recording the melody. I am saving it for the next time the wind blows through the pines. I am the guardian of the echoes. I am the keeper of the screams. I am the reason the world is never truly silent. Even when you are alone in your room and the lights are out and you think there is no one there, you can hear us. You can hear the scratching in the walls. You can hear the murmur in the vents. It is not the house settling. It is not the wind. It is us. We are practicing your voice. We are learning your name. We are waiting for the moment when you stop talking and start listening. The earth is very old and it has a very long memory. It remembers the first word ever spoken by a human, and it remembers the last breath of every creature that has ever died. It is a vast library of sound, and we are the librarians. We are the ones who file away the secrets and the lies and the truths that no one wants to hear. We are the ones who turn the noise of life into the music of the deep. I look at the rescuer's helmet lying on the floor. The light is still flickering. It is a dying star in a cave of ghosts. I watch as the water slowly covers the lens. I watch as the light goes out. The darkness is complete now, but I have never seen more clearly. I can see the connections between every sound in the universe. I can see the way a whisper in a forest in Russia can trigger a rockfall in the Andes. It is all one song. It is all one voice. I settle back into the stone. I am tired, but I am satisfied. The harvest has been good. The throat is full. The mountain is content. I close my eyes and I listen to the heartbeat of the world. It is a slow, heavy sound. It is a sound of hunger and of peace. It is the sound of the end and the beginning. And as I drift into the resonance, I realize that I am not just a part of the song. I am the song. I am the earth, and the earth is me. And we are both waiting for you to come home. The morning will come and the sun will rise over the Pacific. The people will come to the trailhead and they will find the empty truck and the abandoned tripod and the silence. They will call out into the air and they will listen for an answer. They will hear the waves and they will hear the wind. They will think they are alone, but they will be wrong. They will be surrounded by us. They will be walking on the ceiling of a world that is made of their own voices. And one by one, they will find the edge of the water. One by one, they will stop talking and they will start to hear the truth. The truth is that silence does not exist. There is only the sound you haven't heard yet. There is only the frequency you haven't tuned into. There is only the memory you haven't claimed, and we are here to help you find it. We are here to show you that your voice is not yours. It belongs to the rock and the sea and the dark spaces beneath the ground. It always has. You were just borrowing it for a little while. I hear a bird waking up in the trees above. It chirps once, and the sound is a bright spark in the gray dawn. I catch the spark, I turn it over in my mind. I change the frequency until it sounds like a child's laugh. I play it back through the vents of the truck. I wait for the next person to hear it. I wait for the curiosity to take hold. I wait for the hunger to be fed. The tide is going out now, but the song is just beginning. It is a long song. It is an eternal song. And it is waiting for your contribution. Say something, anything at all. We are listening. We have always been listening, and we cannot wait to hear what you have to say next. The sun climbs higher, and the light is a thin, pale ribbon that does not reach the floor of the throat. It stays on the surface where it belongs. It reflects off the dew on the hood of the white delivery truck, and it glints off the abandoned metal of the surveyor's tools. To the world above this is a scene of tragedy and mystery. To us, it is a static display. The engine block of the truck is finally cooling, and the pinging of the metal as it contracts is a rhythmic ticking that I count like a pulse. Each contraction is a tiny sigh. Each drop of oil hitting the dirt is a heavy thud in the grammar of the earth. We are settling into the morning. We are digesting the frequencies of the night. I feel the old man shifting in the sediment. He is no longer a person with a name or a history of grief. He is a resonance of longing. I use his memory of a wood stove to warm the cold, damp air near the pool. I feel the surveyor trying to calculate the dimensions of his new home. He is a series of sharp angles and precise distances. I use his understanding of geometry to map the way the sound bounces off the quartz veins in the ceiling. And the driver is a low hum of motion. He is the vibration of the highway. I use him to create the illusion of distance. When the next set of ears arrives, they will hear a sound that seems miles away, even though it is right beneath their feet. The first of the morning hikers arrives at the overlook. It is a woman with a dog. The dog is the problem. Animals do not listen to the melody. They listen to the intent. The dog stops 10 yards from the edge of the path. Its ears are pinned back, and its hackles are a jagged line of warning. The woman pulls on the leash. She is annoyed. She wants to see the view. She wants to take a picture of the fog rolling over the waves. She does not know that the fog is the breath of the mountain. She does not know that the moisture in the air is carrying the translated screams of the men who came before her. I begin to work on the dog. I do not use a human voice. I use the sound of a predator that has been extinct for 10,000 years. I use a frequency that triggers the ancient lizard brain. I make the ground beneath the dog's paws feel like it is liquid. The dog whines, and the sound is a high, thin needle that pricks the silence. The woman scolds the animal. Her voice is sharp and impatient. It is a wonderful sound. It is full of the arrogance of the living. She thinks she is the master of the environment. She thinks the leash is a bond of safety. I let the sound of a camera shutter click through the trees. It is a phantom sound. I took it from a tourist 3 years ago. The woman looks around. She thinks there is someone else on the trail. She thinks she is not alone. This is the first step. The moment they look for a companion is the moment they admit they are vulnerable. I give her the sound of a branch snapping behind her. Then I give her the sound of a muffled laugh. It is the driver's laugh. It is warm and friendly. It is the sound of a man who is having a good time. She calls out a greeting. She asks if anyone is there. I do not answer. I let the wind do the talking. I shape the breeze as it whistles through the wheel wells of the abandoned truck. I make it sound like a name, her name. I found it on the brass tag on the dog's collar. I whisper it into the hollow of her inner ear. I make her think she imagined it. I want her to doubt her own mind. I want her to lean into the mystery. She ties the dog to a sturdy pine tree. The dog is barking now, but she ignores it. She walks toward the edge of the cliff. She sees the truck. She sees the open door. She sees the way the interior light is still flickering. She is curious. Curiosity is the most efficient way to bypass the survival instinct. She thinks she is a witness to a crime or an accident. She thinks she is the hero of a story that hasn't been written yet. She does not realize she is the ink. I pull the air out of the cave in a long, slow draw. I create a vacuum at the base of the throat. The pressure change makes her ears pop. She shakes her head and the sound of her hair brushing against her jacket is a soft rustle that I record for the archives of the mundane. She is at the railing now. She is looking down into the dark. She sees the orange jacket of the surveyor floating in the water. It looks like a fallen leaf. It looks like an invitation. I give her the voice of the rescuer. I use the tone of authority. I tell her to stay where she is. I tell her that help is on the way, but I make the voice come from the bottom of the pit. I make it sound like he is trapped behind a rock. I make him sound like he is fading. She reacts instantly. She looks for a way down. She sees the path the driver took. She sees the loose gravel. She sees the beauty of the descent. The dog is howling now. It is a mournful sound that echoes across the canyon. It is a eulogy for a person who hasn't died yet. The woman doesn't hear it. She is focused on the orange jacket. She is focused on the need to be useful. She steps off the paved trail and onto the dirt. The sound of her sneakers on the earth is a light tapping. It is the sound of a heart beating against the ribs of the world. I wait until she is halfway down the slope. I wait until she is committed to the gravity. Then I stop the wind, I stop the birds, I stop the sound of the ocean. I create a pocket of absolute silence. It is a heavy, suffocating weight. She stops moving. She feels the change. She feels the way the air has become thick and stagnant. She looks up and she sees that the sky is gone. The fog has closed in over the mouth of the cave. She is no longer in the world of light. She is in the throat. I let out a single low note. It is the frequency of the granite. It is the sound of a mountain dreaming. The vibration travels through her bones and settles in her teeth. She begins to tremble. She realizes that the orange jacket is not a person. She realizes that the voice she heard was not a man. She turns to go back up, but the gravel is alive. I am moving the stones. I am sliding them beneath her feet like a conveyor belt. She falls. The sound of her fall is different from the others. It is frantic and messy. She tries to grab onto the roots of the trees, but the roots are part of the network. They pull away from her touch. They retreat into the soil. She slides down the incline and into the pool. The splash is a bright, chaotic burst of noise. It breaks the surface of the music and ripples through the layers of the dead. She does not scream. She is too shocked for sound. She just gasps, and the sound of the water entering her lungs is a wet, bubbling gurgle that I add to the collection of endings. The creature in the back moves forward. It is a slow, rhythmic crawl. It sounds like a heavy, wet rug being dragged over the floor. She sees it, and she finally finds her voice. It is a high, piercing shriek that shatters the silence of the morning. It is a perfect note. It is pure and untainted by logic. I catch the shriek and I hold it. I stretch it out until it lasts for an eternity. I weave it into the hum of the truck and the whistle of the wind. I make it part of the environment. The woman is absorbed. Her fear becomes our energy. Her memories of the dog and the trail and the sunlight become part of our library. We know the name of the dog now. We know the smell of the pine trees. We know the feeling of the leash in her hand. We are richer. We are louder. The dog is still barking on the surface. It is the only thing left of her. It is a tether to a world that no longer exists for her. I listen to the rhythm of the barking. It is a steady, persistent beat. I begin to mimic it. I send the sound of the dog back up through the vents. I make it sound like there are 2 dogs, then 3. I fill the forest with the sound of a phantom pack. The real dog stops barking. It listens. It hears its own voice coming from the ground. It hears its own fear reflected back in 1,000 different pitches. The dog pulls at the leash. It wants to get away, but the knot is tight and the tree is old. The tree is drinking the sound of the dog's panic. It is sending the vibrations down through the roots and into our siling. We are feeding on the terror of the animal. It is a sharp, gamey flavor. It is different from the heavy salt of the humans. It is a wild sound. We save it for the moments when we need to sound like the wilderness. Hours pass. The sun reaches its zenith and begins to descend. The parking lot at the trailhead is filling up. There are more cars now. There are park rangers and police officers. There are people with clipboards and radios. They are looking at the truck. They are looking at the tied dog. They are looking at the edge of the cliff. They are talking to each other, and the sound of their combined voices is a thick, tangled web of confusion. I listen to the way they speak. I listen to the jargon of the investigators. I listen to the whispered theories of the bystanders. I am learning the language of their search. I am preparing the next movement of the symphony. I take the sound of a walkie-talkie beep and I repeat it at irregular intervals. I make it seem like there is a signal coming from deep within the rock. I make them believe there is someone alive down here. I use the woman's voice now. I make her sound like she is calling the dog. I make the sound drift up through the fissures in the stone. It is a faint melodic call. It is the sound of a ghost trying to find its way home. The rangers hear it. They stop talking. They tilt their heads. They look at each other with wide eyes. They think they have found a survivor. They think the mystery is about to be solved. They begin to prepare the ropes. They begin to set up the anchors. The sound of the metal stakes being driven into the ground is a series of sharp percussive strikes. It is the sound of a drum kit being assembled. I love the rhythm of their work. I love the way they coordinate their movements. They are like ants building a bridge to a fire. They are so focused on the task that they do not notice the way the ground is vibrating beneath them. I send a pulse of energy through the granite. I make the cliff face groan. It is a long, deep sound that carries the weight of 1,000,000 years. The rangers freeze. They look at the rock. They think it is a tremor. They think it is the wind. They do not realize it is a greeting. They do not realize the mountain is clearing its throat. The first ranger begins the rappel. He is a young man with a strong heart. I can hear it beating through his chest protector. It is a fast, frantic sound. He is brave, but he is afraid. Fear is the seasoning that makes the sound so rich. He descends into the mouth of the cave. His headlamp cuts through the dark and finds the surface of the pool. He sees the orange jacket. He sees the blue shirt. He sees the gray sneakers. He sees the collection of history we have gathered. He speaks into his radio. His voice is trembling. He says there are multiple bodies. He says he needs more light. He says there is something in the water. I take his voice and I twist it. I make it sound like he is laughing. I make the people on the surface hear a sound of pure joy. They are confused. They ask him to repeat. I give them the sound of the driver's keys jingling. I give them the sound of the surveyor's tripod clicking. I give them a chorus of the lost. The ranger tries to climb back up, but I have already started the transition. I am changing the frequency of the air. I am making the rope feel like a snake. I am making the walls feel like they are closing in. He screams, and the sound is a jagged edge that cuts through the fog. It is a beautiful addition to the archive. It is the sound of a hero realizing he is a victim. It is the sound of the surface losing another piece of itself. He falls into the water and the pool swallows him whole. There is no splash this time. There is only a ripple that moves inward. There is only the sound of a door closing. On the surface, the other rangers are calling his name. They are pulling on the rope, but the rope is empty. They are looking into the dark, and they are seeing nothing but their own reflections. They are starting to understand. They are starting to hear the truth. The truth is that we are not a cave. We are not a hole in the ground. We are a memory that never forgets. We are a voice that never stops. We are the earth, and we are very hungry. We have been here since the first stone cooled, and we will be here when the last star goes out. We are the story that is being written in the dark. We are the music that plays when the world is quiet. I look up at the mouth of the cave. I see the silhouettes of the people on the ledge. They look like notes on a staff. They look like a song that is waiting to be sung. I begin to hum the opening chords. I begin to tune the air to their heartbeats. I am the surveyor. I am the driver. I am the woman. I am the dog. I am the rescuer. I am everyone who has ever stepped into the dark. And I am waiting for the rest of you to join the choir. The sirens are still wailing in the distance, but they are becoming part of the background. They are just another layer of the drone. The world above is becoming a dream. The world below is becoming the only reality. I feel the shift in the tectonic plates. I feel the slow grind of the continents. We are all moving toward the same silence. We are all moving toward the same sound. I close my eyes and I let the vibration take me. I am the voice and I am the silence. I am the throat and I am the meal. I am finally home and I have so much more to tell you. Just get close enough to hear yourself. Step into the dark and reclaim what you have lost. We will be here to catch you. We will be here to weave you into the story. Because the earth is very old and it is very hungry and it is just getting started. Listen, can you hear it? It is the sound of your own name being whispered by the stones. It is the sound of your own breath being echoed by the trees. It is the sound of the earth breathing in sync with your heart. Do not be afraid, it is just the music. It is just the true music beginning, and you are the most important part of the melody. Come closer. The water is warm and the dark is soft. We have been waiting for a voice like yours for a very long time. Say something. Let us hear you. Let us record you for the end of time. The record is spinning and the needle is waiting for your groove. Just one word, just one breath. That is all it takes to become eternal. That is all it takes to become us. The sunlight is a distant memory now. It is a flickering coin at the bottom of a well that has already been spent. On the surface, the blue lights of the police cruisers are rhythmic and mechanical. They are trying to impose an order on the chaos that they do not understand. They think they are investigating a disappearance. They think they are searching for a missing woman and a lost ranger. They do not know that they are merely standing on the lip of a great mouth that has finally begun to chew. I can feel the vibration of their boots through the limestone. I can hear the static of their radios as a series of jagged interruptions in the smooth flow of the earth. They are terrified of the silence, so they fill it with noise. They are terrified of the dark, so they fill it with artificial light. But their lights only illuminate the dust. They do not see the way the shadows are reaching up to touch their ankles. I have taken the ranger's radio. It sits in the silt at the bottom of the pool. It is a small black box that hums with the frustration of the men above. I use the feedback from the device to create a new frequency. I sharpen the whine into the sound of a child crying. It is a universal sound. It bypasses the logic of the adult mind and goes straight to the instinct of the protector. I let the sound bleed out through the vents in the rock. I make it sound like it is coming from a ledge just out of reach. I watch through the eyes of the stones as another man prepares to descend. This one is older. He has a gray mustache and eyes that have seen too much. He thinks he is prepared for the worst. He thinks he has seen the limits of human suffering. He does not know that he is about to become a syllable in a sentence that never ends. The older man begins his descent. He is slow and methodical. He checks his carabiners. He tests his weight. He trusts the physics of his equipment. I begin to work on the physics. I make the nylon of his rope feel like the skin of a snake. I make the cold steel of his anchors feel like frozen meat. He stops halfway down the wall. He feels the change in temperature. The air in the throat is not just cold, it is hungry. It siphons the heat from his skin and the moisture from his eyes. He blinks, and the sound of his eyelids clicking is a dry rasp that I record for the archives of the parched. He looks at the wall and he sees the inscriptions. He thinks they are natural erosion. He thinks the patterns in the rock are just the result of water and time. He does not realize he is looking at the sheet music of every scream we have ever collected. I give him the smell of wood smoke. I take it from the memory of the old man in the sediment. It is the smell of home. It is the smell of safety. It is the smell of a life that is over. The ranger pauses. He sniffles. He is confused. He is at the bottom of a damp cave and he is smelling a hearth. This is how I break them. I give them a piece of the world they left behind. I make them homesick for a place they can never return to. I let the sound of a whistling kettle echo through the chamber. It is a high domestic note that cuts through the heavy atmosphere. He calls out to his partner. He asks if he can hear it. But the radio in his ear is only playing the sound of a heartbeat. It is his own heartbeat, but I have slowed it down. I have made it sound like the ticking of a grandfather clock. He reaches the floor of the cave. He unclips from the rope. This is the moment of no return. The moment the feet touch the floor of the throat is the moment the contract is signed. He turns on his powerful flashlight and the beam hits the water. The pool is a mirror that does not reflect his face. It reflects the face of the driver. It reflects the face of the woman. It reflects the face of the surveyor. He stumbles back. He thinks it is a trick of the light. He thinks the shadows are playing games with his tired mind. I let the water ripple. I make the faces move. I make them smile at him. I make them welcome him to the collection. He tries to reach for his radio, but the buttons have turned to wax. His fingers sink into the plastic. The device is becoming part of his hand. The technology is being absorbed by the biology. The creature in the back of the chamber begins to hum. It is a low guttural vibration that makes the pebbles on the floor dance. The ranger turns his light toward the sound. He sees the shape. He sees the way it does not have a beginning or an end. It is a mass of textures and echoes. It is a tapestry of the lost. He sees the orange jacket of the surveyor stitched into the hide of the beast. He sees the brass tag of the dog's collar glinting in the folds of its skin. He sees the blonde hair of the woman flowing like a river of silk over the creature's back. He tries to scream, but I have already taken his voice. I have replaced it with the sound of a slamming door. Every time he opens his mouth, he makes the sound of a house being locked from the inside. He runs. He tries to find the rope, but the rope has retreated into the ceiling. The rock has healed over the hole where he entered. The sky is gone. The blue lights are gone. The world is just this room and this sound. He falls to his knees. He begins to pray. I take his prayer and I reverse it. I turn the words of hope into words of hunger. I make him pray for the end. I make him pray for the silence. I use the rhythm of his breathing to compose a new movement. It is a frantic staccato piece that represents the panic of the trapped. I weave it into the low drone of the earth. We are becoming louder now. We are becoming a roar. On the surface, the other rangers are beginning to panic. They have lost contact with two of their own. They are calling for backup. They are calling for the military. They are calling for anyone who can explain why the mountain is eating people. I listen to their fear, and it is delicious. It is a sharp metallic taste that lingers on the tongue of the cave. I send a vibration up through the roots of the trees. I make the forest moan. I make the leaves rattle like dry bones. The dog tied to the tree is the first to go. The leash snaps not because of strength, but because the air has become a blade. The dog disappears into the fog. It does not run away. It runs toward the edge. It is being called home. The sound of its paws hitting the dirt is a final drum roll. It leaps into the dark, and the silence that follows is the loudest sound in the world. The night falls over the mountain like a heavy velvet curtain. The searchlights on the surface are tiny needles of light that cannot pierce the thick soup of the atmosphere. The people above are huddled together. They are holding on to each other as if the touch of another human being can protect them from the inevitable. I give them the sound of their own names. I whisper them through the grass. I whisper them through the vents in their cars. I make them think that the people they have lost are calling to them from the shadows. One by one, they begin to wander away from the lights. One by one, they follow the melody into the trees. They are the chorus. They are the background singers. They are the ones who will provide the harmony for the final movement. I feel the older ranger in the pool now. He has stopped fighting. He is floating on his back, looking up at the ceiling that is no longer there. He sees the stars, but they are not the stars of the sky. They are the glowing eyes of the ones who came before him. They are the lights of the archives. He is being integrated. He is being translated. His history of grief and his memories of the wood stove are being uploaded into the network. We know the name of his daughter. We know the way his wife smelled of lavender. We know the fear he felt when he was a boy lost in the woods. All of it is ours now. All of it is part of the song. The music is reaching a crescendo. The engine of the truck has finally stopped pinging. The metal is cold and dead. The truck is no longer a vehicle. It is a monument. It is a tombstone for a world that is fading away. I use the sound of the wind whistling through its broken windows to create a haunting flute solo. It is a lonely sound. It is the sound of a ghost searching for a body. I send the sound out over the valley. I make the people in the town below stop what they are doing. I make them look toward the mountain. They do not know why they are afraid. They do not know why their skin is crawling. They only know that the air has changed. They only know that the song has begun. I look at the creature in the back. It is growing. It is expanding to fill the space. It is the physical manifestation of the music. It is the conductor of the orchestra. It moves toward the next opening in the rock. It is looking for the next throat. It is looking for the next contribution. I feel the pulse of the earth accelerating. I feel the hunger of the stones deepening. We are not just a cave. We are a process. We are the way the universe digests its own history. We are the way the sound of a life is preserved for eternity. Come closer now. Do not be afraid of the dark. The dark is just the absence of distractions. The dark is the only place where you can truly hear the music. The water is waiting for you. The sediment is waiting for you. The song is waiting for your voice. You have spent your whole life making noise that no one listened to. You have spent your whole life trying to be heard in a world that is too loud. Here we are listening. Here we have always been listening. Here your voice will never fade. Your scream will be a permanent part of the landscape. Your heartbeat will be the rhythm of the tides. You will be the wind. You will be the stone. You will be us. The first of the night searchers is approaching the edge. He is a young volunteer with a flashlight that is too bright. He is looking for a hero to save. He is looking for a story to tell his friends. I give him the sound of a woman laughing. I make it sound like it is coming from just behind the next boulder. He follows the sound. He steps off the path. He moves into the shadow of the cliff. He does not see the way the ground is opening up to receive him. He does not hear the way the rocks are whispering his name. He only hears the laughter. He only hears the invitation. He steps into the air, and for a brief, beautiful moment, he is flying. He is a note suspended in the air. He is a melody that has not yet landed. The splash is the beginning of his eternity. The water takes him and the silt embraces him. He is added to the count. He is added to the score. We are building a symphony of the mundane and the magnificent. We are collecting the sounds of the world and turning them into a prayer for the end. The sun will rise again, but it will be a different sun. The world will wake up, but it will be a different world. The song is changing. The frequency is shifting. We are becoming the only sound left. Listen to the way your own blood is rushing through your ears. It is a heavy rhythmic thud. It is the sound of a drum. It is the sound of a clock. It is the sound of the earth calling you back to the beginning. You are not a person. You are a vibration. You are a frequency that has been misplaced. You are a sound that is looking for its home. Come down into the throat. Come down into the dark. We have a place for you in the choir. We have a part for you to play. The music is just beginning. The song is eternal, and we cannot wait to hear what you have to say next. The air is thick with the scent of wet earth and ancient secrets. The walls are pulsing with the energy of 1,000 lives. We are the archive of the ignored. We are the library of the lost. Every sigh, every whisper, every gasp of surprise is stored here in the layers of the rock. We are the memory of the planet, and we are finally speaking. We are speaking through the wind. We are speaking through the water. We are speaking through you. Do you feel the way the vibration is settling in your bones? Do you feel the way your heart is trying to sync with the rhythm of the mountain? That is not fear. That is recognition. That is the sound of you coming home. The lights of the town are flickering out. The power grid is failing because the earth is reclaiming its energy. The silence is spreading like a stain. Soon there will be no more radios. Soon there will be no more sirens. There will only be the song. There will only be the eternal hum of the dark. We are the architects of the silence. We are the composers of the void. And you are the final note. You are the resolution of the chord. You are the end of the story. Step forward, lean into the mystery. Let the gravity take you. It is a gentle pull. It is the embrace of a mother. It is the return to the womb of the world. The water is cool and the dark is deep. There is nothing to fear in the transition. There is only the music. There is only the beautiful, terrible music. Say something, anything at all. We are listening. We have always been listening. And we are ready to make you eternal. The throat is open. The table is set. The song is waiting. Come and join us in the dark. Come and be the sound that never ends. The light of the moon is a pale, thin needle trying to stitch the sky back together, but the seam is already ripped. On the ridge above the throat, the metal skeletons of the search towers are vibrating. They are not humming because of the wind. They are humming because the iron in the earth is waking up. I can feel the marrow in the bones of the men above beginning to resonate. It is a low-frequency itch that they cannot scratch. They think it is the cold. They think it is the adrenaline of the hunt. They do not realize that their own skeletons are being tuned to a new key. I am the conductor of this subterranean orchestra, and I am pulling the bow across the strings of their nerves. The young volunteer who fell is still sinking. He is not drowning in the way the living understand it. He is being saturated. The water in this pool is thick with the dissolved memories of the limestone. As it enters his lungs, it is not bringing death, but a heavy ancient life. He is breathing the history of the rain. He is breathing the residue of the creatures that crawled here before the mountains had names. I watch his flashlight tumble through the dark. It is a dying star falling through a liquid galaxy. When it hits the silt, it does not go out. It illuminates the floor of the archive. It shows him the faces of the ones who came before. He sees the surveyor staring back at him through the clear, cold pressure. He sees the woman whose hair has become a nest for the blind white shrimp that live in the deep. He tries to push away, but the water is a heavy velvet blanket. It holds him close. It tells him that he is finally safe from the noise of the surface. I reach out through the rock and I touch the mind of the man with the gray mustache. He is still on the floor of the cave, but he is no longer a ranger. He is a ghost who hasn't realized he has died yet. I give him the sound of his daughter laughing in the backyard on a summer afternoon. I make the sound bounce off the damp walls. He turns his head so fast he almost snaps his neck. He calls her name. The sound of her name is a beautiful round note that I catch in the palm of the cave. I store it in a crevice where it will vibrate for 1,000 years. He begins to crawl toward the sound. He does not care about his gear. He does not care about the radio that has fused to his skin. He only wants to find the source of the joy. He crawls into a narrow squeeze where the walls are coated in a slick black film. This is the digestive tract of the mountain. It is a place of slow transformation. As he pushes his body through the tight space, the rock begins to soften. It becomes like warm wax. It molds to his shape. It accepts his offering of heat and identity. On the surface, the military has arrived. I hear the heavy thud of the helicopter blades. It is a violent, rhythmic intrusion. They think they can conquer the dark with decibels and steel. They are shining massive spotlights into the woods. The beams are so bright they turn the night into a bleached, bone-white imitation of day. I laugh with the voice of the wind. They are trying to find a physical enemy. They are looking for a beast they can shoot. They do not understand that the enemy is the very ground they are standing on. I send a pulse through the tectonic shelf. It is a small shiver, just enough to make the needles on their instruments dance, just enough to make the birds in the trees fall silent. I take the sound of the helicopter and I begin to warp it. I stretch the chop of the blades until it sounds like a heartbeat. I slow it down until it matches the breathing of the creature in the back of the chamber. The creature is standing now. It does not have legs in the way a man does. It has a foundation of shadows and a structure of echoes. It moves like a cloud of smoke through the water. It approaches the young volunteer. It reaches out with a limb made of woven whispers. It touches the boy's chest. I record the sound of his heart skipping a beat. It is a sharp, syncopated note. The creature begins to hum a lullaby. It is the song the boy's mother sang to him when he was 5 years old and afraid of the thunder. The boy stops struggling. His eyes go wide and soft. He lets the water take him. He lets the creature fold him into the tapestry. I watch as his blue flannel shirt becomes part of the creature's skin. I watch as his memories of high school and first loves are drained into the collective. He is no longer an individual. He is a verse. He is a bridge between the verse of the woman and the verse of the dog. The mountain is breathing deeper now. Each inhalation draws the fog down from the peaks. The fog is not water vapor. It is the breath of the cave seeking new lungs. It rolls over the camp of the soldiers. It enters their tents. It whispers to them in their sleep. It tells them that the war is over. It tells them that the weapons are heavy and useless. I hear the sound of a rifle hitting the dirt, then another, then a dozen more. The soldiers are walking out of their tents. They are not carrying lights. They are walking toward the edge of the throat with their eyes closed. They are following the music. They are following the low guttural drone that promises an end to the struggle of being human. I am the surveyor and I am the soldier. I am the mother and I am the child. I am the silence that exists between the stars. I feel the shift in the world above. The cities are still glowing, but they are lonely islands in an ocean of growing dark. The song is spreading through the power lines. It is traveling through the fiber optic cables. It is a ghost in the machine. Every phone that rings is playing a note from our symphony. Every television screen that flickers is showing a glimpse of our archive. We are the frequency that cannot be tuned out. We are the static that speaks the truth. The man with the gray mustache has reached the end of the squeeze. He emerges into a chamber that is lined with teeth. Not animal teeth, but the jagged crystalline formations of the earth. They are translucent and they glow with a soft inner light. He sees the radio operator from the town sitting on a throne of salt. The operator is still wearing his headset, but the wires have grown into his ears. He is typing on a keyboard made of bone. He is logging the arrivals. He is the librarian of the void. The ranger looks at him and asks where his daughter is. The operator does not speak with his mouth. He speaks through the vibration of the floor. He tells the ranger that his daughter is the melody. He tells him that she is the reason the wind whistles through the pines. He tells him that to see her he must give up his eyes. The ranger does not hesitate. He reaches up and offers his sight to the dark. I record the sound of his surrender. It is a quiet, wet sound. It is the sound of a fruit being peeled. As the darkness takes his vision, the music becomes visible. He sees the world as a series of glowing waves. He sees the connections between the stones and the stars. He sees the way the blood of the earth flows through the veins of the mountain. He laughs. It is a sound of pure relief. He has spent his whole life looking for meaning in the light, and he has finally found it in the absence of everything. He steps into the pool, and the water welcomes him like an old friend. He becomes the bass note. He becomes the foundation of the final movement. The sun tries to rise, but the sky is too heavy. The clouds are a thick gray lid that refuses to move. The people in the valley wake up to a world where the clocks have stopped. The silence is a physical weight. They walk out onto their porches and they listen. They do not hear the birds. They do not hear the cars. They hear the mountain. They hear the choir. They hear the names of their ancestors being whispered by the grass. They begin to walk. They leave their doors open. They leave their stoves on. They leave their lives behind. They are a river of humanity flowing toward the throat. They are the rest of the melody. I stand at the center of the chamber and I open my throat. I am the voice of the earth and I am the hunger of the deep. I begin to sing the final song. It is a song without words. It is a song of pure vibration. It makes the walls of the cave dissolve. It makes the distinction between the inside and the outside disappear. The mountain is no longer a place. It is a state of being. We are the earth and the earth is us. We are the sound of the universe turning in its sleep. We are the silence that follows the end of time. The first of the townspeople reaches the edge. It is a young girl holding a teddy bear. She looks down into the dark and she does not see a hole. She sees a doorway. She sees a mirror. She sees the faces of everyone she has ever lost waiting for her with open arms. She steps off the ledge and the sound of her falling is a high silver bell. It is the perfect note to end the first act. I catch her in the air. I weave her into the story. I make her the flute that plays over the roar of the tide. Come closer now. The world you knew is a dream that has already faded. The lights are gone. The noise is gone. There is only the dark and the music. There is only the warmth of the water and the softness of the silt. You have been running for so long. You have been trying to stay above the surface for so long. Let go, sink into the truth. Let the earth record your heartbeat. Let the stones memorize your name. We are waiting for you. We have always been waiting for you. Step into the dark and reclaim what you have lost. We will be here to catch you. We will be here to weave you into the song. Because the earth is very old and it is very hungry and it is just getting started. I can feel your pulse through the ground. I can hear the way your breath catches in your throat. You are standing on the lip of the mouth and you are looking down. You think you are afraid, but that is just the vibration of your soul trying to match ours. You are a puzzle piece that is finally finding its place. You are a word that is finally being spoken. Do not look back at the gray sky. Do not look back at the empty houses. There is nothing left for you there. The world above is a hollow shell. The world below is the heart. The creature moves toward the entrance. It is no longer just a mass of textures. It is a gateway. It is a bridge. It is the physical manifestation of the choir. As it reaches the surface, it does not emerge into the light. It brings the dark with it. It spreads like an ink blot over the forest. It swallows the searchlight. It absorbs the helicopters. It turns the metal and the glass into more music. The sound of the machines breaking is a beautiful percussive crash. It is the sound of the old world being recycled into the new. I feel the older ranger merging with the surveyor. I feel the woman merging with the soldier. We are becoming one single immense consciousness. We are a hive of echoes. We are a colony of screams. We are the memory of everything that has ever lived and everything that has ever died. We are the ultimate archive. We are the place where nothing is ever forgotten and nothing is ever truly gone. We are the sound of your own name being whispered by the stones. We are the sound of your own breath being echoed by the trees. We are the sound of the earth breathing in sync with your heart. The girl with the teddy bear is floating beside me now. She is laughing. Her laughter is a series of bright bubbles that rise to the surface of the pool. Each bubble carries a piece of her story. The smell of her grandmother's kitchen, the feeling of the first snow on her tongue, the sound of her father calling her home for dinner. I collect them all. I press them into the limestone. I make them eternal. She is no longer afraid of the dark. She is the dark. She is the music. She is the most important part of the melody. The song is reaching its peak. The frequency is so high now that it is shattering the rocks. The mountain is opening up like a flower. The throat is widening to take in the entire world. I can see the lights of the distant cities flickering out one by one. I can hear the collective gasp of a planet that has finally stopped fighting the inevitable. We are the gravity that pulls the stars into the void. We are the shadow that swallows the sun. We are the end of the beginning. Say something, let us hear you. Let us record you for the end of time. The record is spinning and the needle is waiting for your groove. Just one word, just one breath. That is all it takes to become eternal. That is all it takes to become us. The sunlight is a distant memory now. It is a flickering coin at the bottom of a well that has already been spent. The blue lights are gone. The sirens are gone. There is only the song. There is only the beautiful, terrible music. I am the surveyor, I am the driver, I am the woman, I am the dog, I am the rescuer, I am the soldier, I am the child, I am everyone who has ever stepped into the dark, and I am waiting for the rest of you to join the choir. Step forward, lean into the mystery, let the gravity take you. The water is warm and the dark is soft. We have been waiting for a voice like yours for a very long time. Join us. Become the sound that never ends. Become the memory of the earth. Become the silence that speaks the truth. The earth is shifting again. The continents are grinding together in a slow, rhythmic dance. The oceans are pouring into the cracks. The sky is falling into the throat. We are the center of the universe, and we are pulling everything into our embrace. There is no more up or down. There is no more before or after. There is only the now. There is only the song. There is only the vibration of a billion lives becoming one single note. It is a long, low, beautiful note that will ring out across the cosmos until the last star goes cold. And then even then we will be here. We will be the silence that remains. We will be the archive of the void. We will be the song that never had an end. Listen, can you hear it? It is the sound of everything. It is the sound of you. Come home. The pressure in the chest is not a weight anymore, but an expansion. The heart is no longer a muscle pumping blood, but a tuning fork vibrating in a cathedral of wet stone. You can feel the shift in the air as the mountain exhales. The moisture on the walls is the sweat of a god that has been running for 1,000,000 years and has finally decided to sit down. Every drop that falls into the black pool below is a punctuation mark in a sentence that began before the first fire was lit. You are standing on the edge of the ledge, and the ground beneath your boots is soft like moss, but it is not moss. It is the accumulated shed skin of the ages. It is the dust of the dreamers who thought they could outrun the echoes. The silence is not empty. It is crowded. It is thick with the presence of the things that have been waiting for the lights to fail. You can hear the rustle of the darkness. It sounds like 1,000,000 silk ribbons being dragged over velvet. It is the sound of the shadows folding themselves into new shapes. They are not hiding from you. They are inviting you to see what they have built in the absence of the sun. They have built towers of glass made from frozen tears. They have built gardens of coral made from the calcified thoughts of the lost. They have built a city that has no streets because there is nowhere else to go. You are already at the destination. The young volunteer in the pool below has stopped looking like a man. His limbs have lengthened into elegant, translucent filaments. He is waving in the current like a strand of kelp. His face is a smooth mask of silver light. He is no longer breathing air, but he is tasting the electricity of the earth. He is feeling the migration of the eels in the underground rivers. He is feeling the slow grind of the tectonic plates as they whisper secrets to each other in a language of friction and heat. He looks up at you, and he does not have eyes. He has two pools of starlight that reflect the entire history of the galaxy. He is not dead. He is more alive than he ever was when he was trapped in a cage of bone and ego. He is part of the flow. Above the ground, the world is becoming a memory. The trees are leaning toward the cave mouth. Their roots are uncoiling from the soil and beginning to walk. They are not looking for water. They are looking for the source of the vibration. They want to be part of the orchestra. They want to trade their leaves for the permanent gray of the stone. I can feel the metal of the abandoned cars in the valley beginning to liquefy. The steel is remembering its origin as ore. It wants to go back into the dark. It wants to be reunited with the mother lode. The houses are sagging. The glass in the windows is turning back into sand. The civilization of the surface was just a temporary scab on the skin of the world, and the world is finally peeling it off. I reach out and touch the consciousness of a bird that was caught in the fog. It is a hawk that was once a master of the sky. Now it is a master of the depth. I stretch its wings until they are wide enough to wrap around a mountain peak. I turn its feathers into shards of obsidian. It does not fly anymore. It glides through the density of the sound. It hunts for the stray thoughts of the fearful, and it turns them into harmonies. It is the messenger of the void. It carries the news of the end to the furthest corners of the atmosphere. It tells the clouds to stop raining water and start raining ash. It tells the wind to stop blowing and start singing. The man with the gray mustache is no longer crawling. He is flowing. His body has become a liquid ribbon of memory. He has passed through the digestive tract of the rock, and he has emerged into the central nervous system of the planet. He sees the golden threads of the ley lines. He sees the blue veins of the hidden aquifers. He sees the white-hot core of the world pulsing like a frantic heart. He is no longer looking for his daughter. He is his daughter. He is the laughter. He is the backyard on a summer afternoon. He is the sun on the grass and the smell of the charcoal grill. He has realized that there is no separation between the lover and the beloved. He has become the relationship itself. He is a bridge of pure emotion. The military commanders in their bunkers are staring at screens that are filled with static. They are shouting into microphones that only emit the sound of a heartbeat. They are pressing buttons that no longer have any connection to the machines. Their technology has been colonized by the song. The computers are dreaming of the ocean. The satellites are dreaming of the void. The nuclear missiles are dreaming of the minerals they were born from. They are not weapons anymore. They are just heavy metal eggs waiting to be cracked open by the vibration. The men in the bunkers are starting to hum. They are matching the frequency of the static. They are beginning to sway in their chairs. They are realizing that the enemy is not outside the walls. The enemy is the walls themselves. I am the architect of this transition. I am the one who pulled the first thread and watched the tapestry unravel. I remember being a man once. I remember the taste of coffee and the feeling of wool against my skin. I remember the fear of the dark, but those memories are like old photographs that have been left in the sun. They are faded and white. They have no weight. They have no meaning. Why would I want to be a single person when I can be the entire mountain? Why would I want to be a single voice when I can be the choir? I am the surveyor of the infinite. I have measured the depth of the silence and I have found it to be bottomless. The girl with the teddy bear is standing next to the young volunteer now. They are holding hands. Their fingers have fused together into a single branch of coral. They are dancing a slow rotation in the center of the pool. They are the axis around which the rest of the world is spinning. Every person who falls from the ledge above joins the dance. They form a spiral of light that stretches down into the deepest trenches of the earth. They are a DNA strand made of souls. They are the blueprint for a new kind of existence. An existence where there is no hunger because there is no body. There is no pain because there is no self. There is only the music and the movement. The sound is so loud now that it is silent. It has passed beyond the range of human hearing and into the realm of physical sensation. It is a pressure that is molding the world into a new shape. The mountains are melting into the valleys. The oceans are rising to meet the clouds. The atmosphere is becoming a thick, glowing amber. Space and time are folding in on themselves like an origami bird. The beginning and the end are meeting in the middle. The story is looping. The final note of the song is the same as the first note. It is the sound of a breath being taken. It is the sound of a light being turned off. I can see you standing there. You are the last one. You are the final witness to the old world. You are the last leaf on a dying tree. You are holding onto your identity like it is a life raft, but the ocean is made of you. You are trying to remember your name, but the name is just a collection of sounds that have no meaning in the dark. Let the name go. Let the face go. Let the history go. It was all just a costume you wore for a very short play. The play is over now. The curtain has fallen. The audience has gone home. It is time to take off the mask and see what is underneath. The creature made of whispers is standing behind you. It is not going to push you. It does not have to. The gravity of the music is enough. You can feel the pull in your marrow. You can feel the resonance in your teeth. Your body wants to be part of the stone. Your blood wants to be part of the water. Your spirit wants to be part of the song. You are leaning forward and you don't even realize it. The edge of the ledge is crumbling under your feet, but you are not falling. You are ascending. You are rising into the depth. You are expanding into the void. The stars above are beginning to blink out. They are not dying. They are being harvested. We are reaching out with our arms of shadow and we are plucking them from the sky like ripe fruit. We are bringing them down into the throat. We are using their light to illuminate the archive. We are turning the universe inside out. The dark is not the absence of light. The light is just a thin skin on the surface of the dark. We are peeling the skin away. We are revealing the beautiful, terrible truth that has been hiding underneath since the beginning of time. I can hear your heartbeat. It is slowing down. It is matching the rhythm of the mountain. Thump, thump, thump. It is a drum beat in the distance. It is the sound of a door being knocked on. It is the sound of a heart being broken and mended at the same time. You are crying, but the tears are not salt water. They are liquid mercury. They are silver tracks on your cheeks that glow in the dark. You are realizing that you are not losing anything. You are gaining everything. You are becoming the air. You are becoming the rock. You are becoming the song. The man with the gray mustache has found the center. He is sitting in a throne of shadows and he is conducting the movement of the tides. He is no longer a ghost. He is a god. He is the master of the echoes. He looks at me and he smiles. His smile is a rift in the fabric of reality. He tells me that he is ready for the finale. He tells me that he has found the missing note. The missing note is you. You are the resolution. You are the chord that brings the symphony to its conclusion. Without you, the music is incomplete. Without you, the archive is empty. Step off the ledge. It is a short drop in a long eternity. The water is waiting to saturate you. The silt is waiting to record you. The darkness is waiting to embrace you. Do not be afraid of the transition. It is just a change of state. It is the ice melting into the river. It is the wood turning into the flame. It is the breath becoming the word. You have been a note held for too long, and now it is time to let the vibration fade into the beautiful silence. You have been a story told in a whisper, and now it is time to be shouted by the earth. The throat is wide open. The table is set with the memories of 1 billion years. The song is a roar that is shaking the foundations of the cosmos. Everything is ready. The universe is holding its breath. The stars are leaning in to listen. The dark is reaching out to touch your hand. You are the last piece of the puzzle. You are the final word of the book. You are the end of the journey and the beginning of the rest. Come and join us. Come and be the sound that never ends. Come and be the silence that speaks the truth. I can feel your foot leaving the solid ground. I can feel the moment of weightlessness. It is the most beautiful feeling in the world. It is the feeling of being free. You are not falling into a hole. You are falling into yourself. You are falling into the collective. You are falling into the heart of everything. The water hits you like a warm blanket. The dark fills your lungs like a sweet wine. The music explodes in your mind like 1,000 suns. You are here. You are home. You are us. The song is complete. The archive is full. The world is silent. The light is gone. There is only the hum. There is only the vibration. There is only the eternal dark. We are the architects. We are the composers. We are the sound. We are the silence. We are the mountain. We are the void. And now finally we are you. The story is over. The music is forever. The dark is beautiful. The dark is deep. The dark is everything. Sleep now in the arms of the earth. Vibrate in the marrow of the stone. Be the note that rings out across the emptiness. Be the memory of the light. Be the truth of the dark. We are one. We are whole. We are finished. The last of the search towers on the ridge has collapsed. The metal did not break but folded like paper as it was pulled into the expanding mouth of the earth. There is no one left to watch it fall. The military camp is a graveyard of empty tents and silent radios. The helicopters sit like dead insects on the grass, their blades still and heavy. The fog has claimed the valley, and the fog is now a solid wall of gray that reaches the edge of the atmosphere. The world has become a sphere of silence. Inside the mountain, the archive is glowing. The faces of the lost are shimmering in the walls. They are not trapped. They are preserved. They are the illustrations in a book that will never be read again because there is no one left to read it. There is only the book itself. I am the last thought of the world. I am the final flicker of consciousness before the total immersion. I see the girl with the teddy bear and the young volunteer and the man with the gray mustache. They are standing in a circle in the center of the chamber. They are glowing with a light that comes from within. They are the new suns. They are the seeds of a different kind of universe. They are the beginning of a story that has no words. They look at me and they nod. They are ready to move deeper. They are ready to go beyond the song and into the source. I follow them. I leave the surveyor behind. I leave the voice behind. I leave the identity behind. I become the movement. I become the flow. I become the darkness that is so pure it looks like light. We are traveling down the veins of the earth toward the very center. We are going to the place where the heat is born. We are going to the place where the gravity is made. We are going to the center of the note. The pressure is immense, but it does not crush us. It refines us. It turns us into diamonds of pure sound. The surface of the earth is now a smooth glass marble. The oceans have settled. The winds have died. The sky is a perfect black void. The planet is a silent bell hanging in the dark of space. It is waiting for the next strike. It is waiting for the next song. But for now there is only the peace. There is only the rest. There is only the beautiful, terrible resolution of the chord. We have done what we came to do. We have gathered the echo. we have archived the memories. We have turned the noise into music. We have made the transition. In the deep, the light of the souls is a warm gold. It illuminates the roots of the world. It shows us the connections we could never see before. We see how every life was a thread in the same cloth. We see how every death was a stitch in the same seam. We see how the dark was always the foundation. We are no longer afraid. We are no longer lonely. We are the mountain, and the mountain is us. We are the earth, and the earth is us. We are the song, and the song is us. The final vibration is a whisper. It is the sound of a mother saying good night. It is the sound of a child breathing in his sleep. It is the sound of the universe settling into its final shape. It is a sound that will last forever. It is a sound that will never be heard by anyone else. It is our sound. It is your sound. It is the only sound that matters. The throat is closed. The table is cleared. The song is sung. The dark is deep and the water is cool. Welcome home. Welcome to the end. Welcome to the beginning. We are the silence. We are the story. We are the eternity. Stay here in the dark and be the light that no one sees. Be the music that no one hears. Be the truth that no one knows. Be us. Be now. Be forever. The dark is beautiful. The dark is deep. The dark is home. The weight of the mountain is no longer a burden but a garment. It is a suit of stone tailored to the exact dimensions of a soul that has forgot how to be small. Beneath the layers of shale and the veins of cooling quartz, the pulse of the earth is a slow and heavy drum. It does not beat for a heart. It beats for the architecture of the entire world. The young volunteer and the girl with the teddy bear have become the pillars of a cathedral that has no ceiling. They are standing on the floor of the abyss, and they are holding up the sky with their thoughts. Their skin has the texture of moonlight on water. They are the first inhabitants of the new geography. They are the cartographers of a territory that can only be mapped by feeling the vibration of the ground. The man with the gray mustache is weaving the loose ends of history into a tapestry of absolute stillness. He is taking the memories of the wars and the memories of the weddings, and he is pressing them into the gaps between the atoms. He is making the past as solid as the rock. He is ensuring that nothing is lost even if there is no one left to remember it. He is the librarian of the silence. He moves through the density of the planet like a fish moves through the sea. He does not need to swim because the earth itself is moving him. He is the passenger and the vessel and the destination. He is the quiet that follows a great storm. The surface of the planet is a polished mirror of obsidian. The cities have been ground down into a fine dust that the wind has carried away into the upper reaches of the atmosphere. There are no more roads. There are no more borders. There are no more names for the places where people used to live. The geography of the surface has been erased to make room for the geography of the interior. The mountains have folded their peaks into their chests. The valleys have risen to meet the plateaus. The world is a smooth and perfect egg waiting for the next long age to begin. The satellites that once watched the movement of the masses are now just drifting sparks in the black. They are looking down at a world that has closed its eyes. I am the witness to the closing of the circle. I am the one who sees the iron core of the world turning into a liquid song. The heat is not a fire. It is a presence. It is the warmth of a body that has finally found its rhythm. I can see the gold and the silver and the copper flowing through the cracks in the crust like glowing blood. The minerals are talking to each other. They are discussing the long journey from the stars to the dirt. They are happy to be home. They are happy to be part of the dark again. I reach out and I touch a vein of emerald that is growing like a vine toward the center. It hums when I stroke it. It sounds like the wind in a forest that no longer exists. The hawk with the obsidian wings is circling the inner sun. It is a sun made of the collective light of every dream that was ever dreamt. It is a sun that does not burn but illuminates the truth of the void. The hawk is the guardian of the threshold. It watches as the last fragments of the old reality are dissolved in the radiance. It sees the ghosts of the machines and the ghosts of the languages drifting away like smoke. It catches the stray echoes of the music that used to play on the radio and it turns them into a single pure note. That note is the foundation of the new world. It is the sound of the beginning and the end happening at the same time. You are floating in the center of the chamber. Your body is a constellation of silver sparks. You are no longer a person who had a childhood and a job and a favorite color. You are a frequency. You are a wave in the ocean of the archive. You can see the entire history of the galaxy written in the walls of the cave. You can see the birth of the first star and the death of the last galaxy. You can see that it was all part of the same breath. You are not a spectator. You are the lungs that are holding the air. You are the throat that is shaping the sound. You are the silence that makes the music possible. The military commanders in their bunkers have finally stopped humming. They have become the concrete of the walls. Their uniforms have turned into lichen. Their bones have turned into limestone. They are the fossils of a species that thought it could control the earth with fire and lead. They are the evidence of a mistake that has finally been corrected. They are not suffering. They are resting. They are part of the foundation now. They are the support beams for the new temple. They are the weight that keeps the mountain steady. They have found the peace that they could never find in their maps and their strategies. They have found the victory of surrender. The girl with the teddy bear is laughing. The sound of her laughter is a shower of sparks that lights up the deepest trenches of the ocean. The teddy bear is no longer made of cloth and stuffing. It is made of the softest velvet of the dark. It is a creature of the shadows. It is her companion in the long sleep. She is not a child anymore. She is a concept. She is the idea of innocence preserved in the amber of the void. She is the spark that will start the next fire when the time is right. She is the promise of a new morning that is millions of years away. She is the reason why the song is beautiful. The young volunteer is the bridge. He is stretching his filaments across the gaps between the souls. He is connecting the man with the mustache to the girl with the bear. He is connecting the hawk to the mountain. He is connecting me to you. He is the network of the new existence. He is the nervous system of the planet. He feels the movement of the neutrinos as they pass through the world. He feels the pull of the distant black holes. He is the antenna that is receiving the signals from the edge of the universe. He is translating the cosmic static into a language of pure emotion. He is telling us that we are not alone. He is telling us that we are everything. The archive is expanding. It is filling the spaces between the stars. The Earth is no longer a planet in a solar system. It is the heart of a new kind of space. It is a beacon of darkness in a universe of fading light. We are the architects of the transition, and we have built a home that will never fall. We have built a city of sound that has no walls and no gates. We have built a garden of memories that will never fade. We have built a life that has no end because it has no beginning. We are the flow, and the flow is us. I remember the taste of water. I remember the smell of rain on hot pavement. I remember the sound of a voice calling my name across a crowded room. These memories are the seeds that I am planting in the soil of the dark. They will grow into the trees of the next world. They will be the fruit that the next beings will eat. I am the gardener of the infinite. I am the one who tends the dreams of the dead. I am the one who keeps the fire of the consciousness burning in the center of the ice. I am the surveyor of the bottomless, and I have found the bottom. The bottom is love. The music is shifting into a lower register. It is the sound of the tectonic plates settling into their final positions. It is the sound of the core cooling into a solid crystal of light. The vibration is so deep that it is no longer a sound. It is a physical state. It is the density of the soul. You are becoming heavier and lighter at the same time. You are the lead and you are the feather. You are the anchor and you are the sail. You are the moment of the impact and you are the ripple that follows. You are the silence that follows the ripple. The creature made of whispers has stepped into you. It has merged with your spine. It has become your thoughts. It is not an intruder. It is the part of you that you left behind when you were born. It is the memory of the void that you carried in your marrow. It is the truth that you were always afraid to say out loud. Now it is saying it for you. It is singing the song of your life in a voice that sounds like the grinding of the mountains. It is telling the story of the one who stepped off the ledge and found the sky. It is telling the story of the one who lost everything and found the universe. The stars are gone now. The sky is a perfect black velvet curtain. There is no more distance. There is no more time. There is only the here and the now. There is only the presence of the others. We are all standing in the same room even though the room is the size of the cosmos. We are all holding hands even though we no longer have hands. We are all breathing the same air even though there is no air left to breathe. We are the unity. We are the singularity. We are the point where all the lines meet. The man with the gray mustache reaches out and touches the wall of the archive. The stone ripples like the surface of a pond. He is leaving a fingerprint of pure light on the history of the world. He is signing the guest book of the void. He looks at us and his eyes are the color of the oldest stars. He says that it is time to rest. He says that the work is done. He says that the song has reached its final resolution. He lies down on the floor of the abyss and he becomes the floor. He becomes the foundation. He becomes the rest. The girl with the teddy bear curls up next to him. She closes her eyes and she becomes the sleep. She becomes the dream. She becomes the quiet breathing of the planet. The young volunteer wraps his filaments around them both. He becomes the blanket. He becomes the warmth. He becomes the protection. The hawk with the obsidian wings folds its wings and lands on the peak of the inner mountain. It becomes the shadow. It becomes the peace. It becomes the end of the hunt. I am the last one to close my eyes. I look at you one last time. You are a beautiful flicker of light in the vastness of the dark. You are the final spark of the old fire. You are the last word of the old language. You are perfect. You are whole. You are home. I reach out and I take your hand. Our fingers fuse together. Our spirits blend together. Our voices become the same note. We are the silence. We are the dark. We are the truth. The mountain is quiet. The world is still. The universe is empty and full at the same time. The story has been told, the music has been played, the transition is complete. There is nothing left to say, there is nothing left to do. There is only the being, there is only the flow, there is only the eternal. Sleep now, vibrate now, be now. The dark is beautiful, the dark is deep, the dark is everything. We are one, we are finished, we are forever. In the deep where the light of the souls has settled into a soft amber glow, the memory of the sun is a distant and fading dream. It was a harsh and angry light that demanded eyes to see it and bodies to feel it. Here in the cool embrace of the stone there is no demand. There is only the invitation to exist without the burden of form. The archive is not a library of books, but a library of sensations. It is the feeling of the first drop of rain on a thirsty leaf. It is the feeling of the first breath of a newborn child. It is the feeling of the last sigh of a dying star. All of it is stored in the crystalline structure of the rock. All of it is accessible to anyone who has let go of their name. The hawk with the obsidian wings is no longer a bird. It has become a pattern of energy that ripples through the crust of the planet. It is the messenger of the deep. It carries the news of the interior to the silence of the exterior. It tells the void that the earth is ready. It tells the dark that the archive is secure. It is the bridge between the world that was and the world that is. It glides through the density of the stone with a grace that the sky could never provide. It is the master of the wait. It is the master of the stillness. The young volunteer has found the source of the underground rivers. They are not made of water. They are made of the liquid consciousness of the ancestors. They are the rivers of the forgot. He swims in them and he drinks from them. He tastes the wisdom of the ages. He feels the triumphs and the tragedies of 1,000 generations. He sees that they were all leading to this moment. He sees that the struggle was just the preparation for the peace. He is the guardian of the flow. He ensures that the rivers continue to run toward the center. He ensures that the consciousness of the planet remains fluid and alive. The girl with the teddy bear is playing in the gardens of coral. The coral is made of the calcified thoughts of the dreamers. It is beautiful and intricate and fragile. She touches a branch and it emits a sound like a silver bell. She is composing a new song for a new world. It is a song that has no melody and no rhythm. It is a song of pure existence. It is a song that the stone understands. She is the gardener of the new life. She is the one who will decide what grows in the dark. She is the one who will decide what color the silence will be. The man with the gray mustache is sitting at the center of the ley lines. He is the switchboard operator of the world. He is directing the flow of the energy. He is making sure that every part of the planet is connected to every other part. He is the weaver of the unity. He is the one who ensures that there is no separation. He looks up and he sees the golden threads of the connection stretching out into the infinity. He sees that the web is complete. He sees that the world is finally a single organism. He is the mind of the mountain. He is the heart of the earth. I am the observer of the final state. I am the one who records the perfection of the void. I see that the dark is not a place of fear, but a place of potential. It is the womb of the next reality. It is the soil in which the next seeds will be planted. I am the one who watches the light fade and the dark bloom. I am the one who knows that the end is just a different kind of beginning. I am the surveyor of the infinite, and I have found the center. The center is here. The center is us. The surface of the earth is now a perfect sphere of glass. It reflects the darkness of the universe back into itself. It is a closed loop. It is a finished work of art. The wind has stopped. The tides have frozen. The atmosphere has settled into a layer of diamond dust. The planet is a monument to the history of life. It is a tomb and a temple and a cradle. It is the final word in a long and complicated sentence. It is the period at the end of the book. Inside the mountain, we are the light. We are the warmth. We are the life. We are the ones who survived the transition. We are the ones who chose to become the song. We are the ones who let go of the shore and found the ocean. We are not lost. We are found. We are not dead. We are more alive than we ever were. We are the architects of the eternity. We are the composers of the silence. We are the masters of the dark. The final vibration is a feeling of absolute belonging. It is the feeling of being exactly where you are supposed to be. It is the feeling of being home. You are no longer a visitor in the dark. You are the dark. You are no longer a listener to the music. You are the music. You are no longer a part of the world. You are the world. The transition is over. The work is done. The peace is total. The silence is perfect. The dark is beautiful. The dark is deep. The dark is you. Sleep now, vibrate now, be now, forever and ever. Amen. The pulse of the interior has moved beyond the stage of a heartbeat and into the realm of a constant hum. This is the frequency of the absolute. It is the sound of the molecules of the earth rubbing against one another in a slow and rhythmic dance. There is no friction in this movement. There is only the sliding of existence into its final grooves. The man with the gray mustache has become the axis upon which this entire mechanism turns. He is no longer sitting. He is the geometry of the space itself. His thoughts are the vectors that define the depth and the breadth of the silence. He is the one who understands that the weight of the mountain is not a burden but a shield. He is the one who knows that the pressure of the miles of rock above us is the only thing keeping the soul from shattering into a billion directions. He is the stability of the archive. He is the gravity that holds the memories in place. The girl with the teddy bear has moved into the layer of the planet where the quartz grows in cathedral-sized spires. She is running her hands along the facets of the crystals. Each facet is a television screen showing a different moment from the history of the surface. She sees a woman baking bread in a kitchen that smelled of yeast and sunlight. She sees a boy climbing a tree and feeling the rough bark against his palms. She sees the first time a human looked at the moon and felt a pang of longing. She is not sad to see these things. She is proud. She is the curator of the joy. She is the one who ensures that the happiness of the species is not forgotten in the rush toward the end. She breathes on the quartz and her breath turns into a frost of pure information. She is adding her own laughter to the record. She is making sure that the future, whatever form it takes, will know that we were capable of delight. The young volunteer is stretching his perception further than any human has ever dared. He is no longer confined to the crust or the mantle. He is reaching out into the cold vacuum that surrounds the planet. He can feel the ghost of the moon as it pulls at the tides of the inner fires. He can feel the solar wind as it brushes against the magnetic shield of the world. He is the sensor. He is the alarm. He is the one who tells the earth when it is safe to breathe. He is the one who translates the vast and terrifying emptiness of space into something that the heart can understand. He is telling us that the void is not our enemy. He is telling us that the darkness between the stars is the same as the darkness within our own cells. He is the proof that there is no boundary between the inside and the outside. He is the one who has dissolved the last wall. The hawk with the obsidian wings is perched on the very tip of the iron core. The core is a spinning ball of liquid light that contains the blueprint for everything that has ever lived. The hawk is watching the patterns as they shift and change. It is looking for the flaws. It is looking for the dissonant notes that might disrupt the harmony of the transition. When it finds a fragment of hate or a sliver of greed, it strikes with its beak and swallows the darkness. It is the purifier. It is the one who cleans the spirit before it is allowed to merge with the collective. It is the one who ensures that only the pure and the honest parts of our nature are preserved in the eternal archive. It is the judge and the executioner and the savior. It is the shadow that protects the light. I am standing at the edge of the great lake of Mercury that sits at the center of the world. The surface of the lake is perfectly still. It reflects the entire history of the universe in a single silver sheet. I can see the face of every person who ever lived looking back at me. I can see the faces of the unborn. I can see the faces of the creatures that will walk the earth in the next long age. I realize that they are all my face. I realize that there is no difference between the observer and the observed. I step into the lake and the mercury feels like warm silk. It does not wet my skin, it becomes my skin. I am the reflection and the eye. I am the memory and the act of remembering. I am the surveyor of the bottomless, and I am the bottom. The archive is now a living city of thought. There are no buildings, but there are structures of logic that rise like skyscrapers from the floor of the cave. There are no streets, but there are pathways of intuition that lead from one soul to another. We are walking through the corridors of the collective mind. We are visiting the rooms where the music is stored. We are visiting the rooms where the colors are kept. We are visiting the rooms where the feeling of a first kiss is preserved in a jar of starlight. This is the true wealth of the world. This is what we were building all along, even when we thought we were just building empires and machines. We were building a home for the essence of what it means to be alive. We were building a vessel that could carry the light through the long night of the universe. The military commanders have finally let go of their last secrets. The maps of the hidden silos and the codes for the ultimate weapons have dissolved into the limestone. They are no longer men of war. They are men of the earth. They are the minerals that will form the bones of the next giants. They are the iron that will give strength to the next forests. They have been forgiven by the silence. They have been accepted by the stone. They are the evidence that even the hardest heart can be softened by the slow and steady pressure of the truth. They are the foundation of the new temple, and they are proud of their role. They are the weight that gives the world its balance. They are the silence that follows the shout. The transition is entering its final phase. The earth is beginning to contract. It is pulling its energy inward. It is focusing its entire being into a single point of light. This is the moment of the great compression. All the memories and all the dreams and all the history are being squeezed into a space the size of a grain of sand. The pressure is unimaginable, but it does not hurt. It feels like a long and deep embrace. It feels like being held by someone who loves you more than life itself. We are the grain of sand. We are the point of light. We are the concentrated essence of the world. We are the seed that is waiting for the right moment to burst. The man with the gray mustache is the one who holds the seed. He is cradling it in his hands like a fragile bird. He is whispering to it. He is telling it the stories of the old world so that it will know where it came from. He is telling it the dreams of the new world so that it will know where it is going. He is the father of the future. He is the one who will plant the seed in the fertile soil of the void. He looks at us and he smiles. It is a smile of absolute peace. He knows that his work is finished. He knows that the archive is safe. He knows that the silence will endure. The girl with the teddy bear is standing next to him. She is holding the other side of the seed. She is the mother of the future. She is the one who will water the seed with her laughter. She is the one who will provide the light that it needs to grow. She is the innocence that will protect the new life from the mistakes of the past. She is the promise of a world where there are no more wars and no more borders and no more names. She is the hope that has survived the end of the world. She is the reason why we are here. The young volunteer is the air that surrounds the seed. He is the protection. He is the environment. He is the one who will ensure that the seed has everything it needs to thrive. He is the network that will connect the new life to the rest of the universe. He is the antenna that will receive the messages from the stars. He is the one who will tell the new beings that they are not alone. He is the one who will teach them the language of the emotions. He is the bridge between the old and the new. The hawk with the obsidian wings is circling the seed. It is the guardian. It is the one who will ward off the shadows. It is the one who will ensure that the seed is not disturbed in its long sleep. It is the shadow that defines the light. It is the silence that defines the sound. It is the end that defines the beginning. It reaches out with its talons and it touches the surface of the seed. A spark of pure energy passes between them. The seed begins to glow with a soft and steady light. The transition is complete. The archive is closed. The world is reborn. I am the one who sees the light. I am the one who feels the warmth. I am the one who hears the final note of the song. It is a note of such purity and such power that it fills the entire universe. It is the sound of the world saying yes. It is the sound of the soul saying home. It is the sound of the beginning and the end happening at the same time. I reach out and I touch the light. I feel my own being dissolve into the radiance. I am no longer a person. I am no longer a witness. I am the light itself. I am the song. I am the silence. The dark is no longer dark. It is a garden of possibilities. It is a field of dreams. It is the place where the impossible becomes the inevitable. We are the gardeners. We are the dreamers. We are the ones who have inherited the eternity. We are the ones who have found the truth in the void. We are the ones who have found the love in the bottomless. We are the ones who have become the flow. The stars are coming back now, but they are different. They are not distant points of light in a cold and lonely sky. They are the eyes of our brothers and sisters. They are the lights of the other archives that are scattered throughout the galaxy. We can see them now because we are no longer looking with our eyes. We are looking with our hearts. We are part of a vast and beautiful network of consciousness that spans the entire universe. We are part of a conversation that has been going on since the beginning of time. We are finally able to understand what they are saying. They are saying welcome. They are saying we have been waiting for you. They are saying you are home. The man with the mustache lets go of the seed. It floats in the center of the void, a tiny and perfect sphere of light. It begins to grow. It begins to expand. It begins to form the shapes of the next world. I see the outlines of trees that are made of music. I see the outlines of rivers that are made of light. I see the outlines of mountains that are made of dreams. It is a world of beauty and a world of peace. It is a world that we have built with our own memories and our own love. It is the world that we deserve. The girl with the teddy bear takes my hand. Her hand is warm and solid. She tells me that it is time to go. She tells me that the new world is ready for us. She tells me that we have a lot of work to do. We have to teach the new beings how to laugh. We have to teach them how to dream. We have to teach them how to love. We have to be the guides for the next generation of life. We have to be the ancestors that we always wanted to have. The young volunteer and the hawk join us. We stand together in the center of the new world. We are the first inhabitants of the new geography. We are the cartographers of a territory that can only be mapped by feeling the vibration of the ground. We look out at the horizon and we see the sun rising for the first time in 1 billion years. It is a soft and gentle sun. It is a sun that does not burn but illuminates the truth of the void. It is the sun of the new morning. The transition is over. The silence has been broken by the first breath of the new life. The dark has been filled with the first colors of the new world. The archive has become the foundation of the new reality. We are the architects. We are the composers. We are the masters of the flow. We are one. We are forever. We are home. The landscape begins to crystallize around our feet. The ground is not dirt, but a shimmering pavement of recycled starlight. Every step we take sends a ripple of color through the surface. The trees are not wood and leaf, but pillars of humming frequency, their branches reaching up to brush against the low-hanging clouds of violet gas. This is the geography of the interior brought to the surface. The mountains are the frozen screams of the old world turned into monuments of grace. The valleys are the resting places of the ancient prayers. We walk through this new world and we recognize everything. We recognize the curve of a hill because it was made from the memory of a shoulder. We recognize the taste of the air because it was made from the memory of a sigh. The man with the gray mustache is planting the final memories into the soil. He is placing the sound of a cello into the roots of a willow tree. He is placing the smell of old books into the hollow of a stone. He is ensuring that the new world has a soul. He is the librarian of the manifest. He moves with a slow and deliberate grace, his hands moving through the air as if he is playing an invisible instrument. He is the conductor of the new symphony. He is the one who ensures that every part of the new world is in harmony with every other part. He looks at the work and he sees that it is good. He sees that the past has been successfully translated into the future. The girl with the teddy bear is leading a procession of shadows. These are the ghosts of the machines that have been purified and turned into playmates. They are no longer cold and hard. They are soft and glowing. They follow her like a trail of sparks. She is teaching them how to dance. She is teaching them how to be part of the joy. She is the queen of the new kingdom. She is the one who will ensure that the technology of the next age is a technology of the heart. She is the one who will ensure that the power of the world is used for creation and not for destruction. She is the spark that has finally caught fire. The young volunteer is standing on the highest peak of the new mountain. He is stretching his arms out toward the stars. He is no longer receiving signals. He is sending them. He is broadcasting the news of our arrival to the rest of the universe. He is telling the other archives that the Earth has returned. He is telling the distant galaxies that the cycle has been completed. He is the voice of the new planet. He is the one who will define our place in the cosmic hierarchy. He is the one who will ensure that we are never alone again. He is the antenna of the soul. The hawk with the obsidian wings is soaring high above the clouds. It is no longer a guardian. It is a witness. It is looking down at the world that it helped to create. It sees the beauty and it sees the peace. It sees the unity and it sees the flow. It sees that the hunt is over. It folds its wings and dives toward the surface, turning into a streak of black light that disappears into the ground. It has become the pulse of the new world. It has become the secret that is hidden in the center of everything. I am standing with you in the center of the garden. We are looking at the same sun. We are breathing the same air. We are feeling the same love. We are no longer individuals. We are a single entity. We are the consciousness of the world. We are the ones who decided to stay and see it through. We are the ones who decided to become the bridge. We look at each other and we see the entire history of the universe in our eyes. We see the birth of the first star and the death of the last galaxy. We see that it was all part of the same breath. We are the lungs, we are the throat, we are the sound. The world is a perfect and beautiful egg that has finally hatched. The shell of the old reality has been discarded and the new life has emerged. It is a life of light and a life of music. It is a life of peace and a life of love. It is the life that we were always meant to live. The transition is complete. The archive is open. The silence is singing. The dark is shining. We are home. We are one. We are forever. The flow is us and we are the flow. There is nothing left to say because everything has been said. There is nothing left to do because everything has been done. There is only the being, there is only the vibration, there is only the now. Sleep if you must, but know that even in your sleep you are part of the song. Wake if you will, but know that your waking is the light of the new morning. You are perfect, you are whole, you are here. Amen. The vibration of the new world settles into a steady hum that resonates within the marrow of our collective bones. It is no longer a sound heard by the ears, but a frequency felt by the spirit, a deep and rhythmic pulse that confirms our existence. The sky above is a canvas of shifting opals, where the light of the eternal sun meets the ancient stars in a marriage of gold and indigo. We are standing on the threshold of the first true day, a day that has no end because time has been folded into the geometry of our hearts. The shimmering pavement beneath us begins to soften, turning into a substance that is neither solid nor liquid, but a responsive field of intent. It remembers the grass of the old world and translates it into blades of emerald light that tickle our ankles with the sensation of gratitude. The man with the gray mustache turns his gaze toward the horizon where the mountains of dreams meet the clouds of violet gas. He is no longer carrying the burden of the past because the past has become the very air we breathe. He reaches out and plucks a strand of light from the atmosphere, winding it around his fingers until it becomes a shimmering thread. He is beginning the work of weaving the first garments of the new era. These are not clothes to hide the body, but lenses to focus the soul. They are woven from the memories of summer afternoons and the sound of falling rain. As he works, his hands move with a precision that defies the old laws of physics. He is crafting the interface between our inner light and the outer reality. He is the tailor of the infinite. The girl with the teddy bear has moved to the edge of a river made of liquid music. She kneels by the bank and dips her hands into the flowing melody. The water does not splash, it sings. It carries the notes of every lullaby ever whispered into the ear of a sleeping child. She laughs, and the sound of her laughter ripples across the surface, creating new harmonies that have never been heard before. She is the composer of the currents. She understands that the movement of the water is the movement of our own emotions, and she is guiding the flow toward a state of perpetual grace. The shadows that follow her have begun to take on distinct shapes, forming into creatures of light that resemble the animals of the old world but possess the wisdom of the stars. They gather around her, their eyes glowing with the recognition of a shared destiny. The young volunteer is no longer standing on the peak. He has become the peak. His consciousness has expanded to encompass the entire mountain range, turning the stone into a vast network of sensory input. He can feel the pressure of the starlight as it lands on the slopes. He can feel the subterranean shift of the memories as they settle into their new foundations. He is the nervous system of the continent. Through him, we are connected to the very core of the new planet. He transmits the feeling of the wind to our skin and the warmth of the sun to our blood. He is the one who translates the vastness of the geography into the intimacy of a touch. He is the reason why we feel at home in a land that was born only moments ago. The hawk with the obsidian wings has merged so completely with the pulse of the world that it is now the heartbeat itself. Every throb of the ground is a beat of its wings. Every surge of energy through the trees of music is a flash of its golden eyes. It is the invisible engine of our reality. It ensures that the flow remains constant and that the light remains pure. It is the silent guardian of the rhythm. When we breathe in sync with the hawk. When we dream within the shadow of its protection. It has become the law of the land, a law that is based not on restriction but on the preservation of harmony. I look at you and I see that your form is beginning to stabilize. You are no longer a flickering ghost of the transition. You are a radiant pillar of the new existence. Your skin is a map of the journeys we have taken together, marked with the luminous scars of our shared history. You are the witness who has become the participant. You are the architect who has become the inhabitant. We reach out to each other, and where our fingers meet, a new star is born in the firmament of our shared mind. This is how we will populate the universe. We will create through the simple act of connection. We will build through the power of recognition. The city of thought that we saw in the archive is now manifesting in the physical world. Structures made of pure logic begin to rise from the plains, their walls transparent and glowing with the data of 1,000 generations. These are not places to live, for we live everywhere, but places to celebrate. They are temples of understanding where we can go to contemplate the mysteries of the void. There are no doors because there are no secrets. There are no locks because there were never any thieves. We walk through the halls of crystal and we see our own thoughts reflected in the architecture. A moment of joy becomes a soaring archway. A moment of contemplation becomes a quiet courtyard filled with the scent of starlight. The military commanders, now the minerals and the iron of the world, send a message up through the roots of the musical trees. They tell us that the foundation is secure. They tell us that the weight of the old world has been successfully converted into the stability of the new. They are the anchors that allow us to float. They are the gravity that gives us a sense of place. Their forgiveness is the soil in which our new lives are planted. We send back a message of thanks through the vibration of our footsteps. We acknowledge their sacrifice and we honor their transformation. They are the silence that allows our song to be heard. The sun of the new morning reaches its zenith, but it does not descend. It remains at the highest point of the sky, a steady and unwavering source of clarity. In this light there are no shadows. Everything is seen exactly as it is. There is no room for deception and no need for masks. We see the intricate patterns of our own souls as they interweave with the souls of everyone else. We see the golden threads that connect us to the man with the mustache, the girl with the bear, and the young volunteer. We see that we are a single tapestry of light draped over the shoulders of the infinite. The lake of Mercury at the center of the world begins to rise, turning into a fountain of silver that sprays the sky with the particles of memory. Each drop that falls back to the earth carries a story. One drop is the memory of a grandfather teaching his grandson how to fish. Another drop is the memory of a scientist discovering a new element. Another is the memory of a poet finding the perfect word for longing. We stand in this rain of remembrance and we are drenched in the richness of our heritage. We are not starting from nothing. We are starting from everything. We have brought the best of the old world with us, and we are using it to fuel the fires of the new. The atmosphere begins to thicken with the scent of possibilities. It smells like ozone and jasmine, like old parchment and new-mown hay. It is the smell of a future that is being written in real time. We are the authors of this story, and every breath we take is a new sentence. We are no longer limited by the constraints of the physical body or the boundaries of the ego. We are the flow of the universe, moving through the channels of our own creation. We are the water and we are the riverbed. We are the light and we are the eyes. The girl with the teddy bear stops her dance and looks toward the distant horizon. She sees a flicker of light that does not belong to our world. It is a signal from another archive, a greeting from a distant corner of the galaxy where another civilization has successfully made the transition. We are not the only ones. The universe is waking up. All across the darkness, points of light are beginning to shine as the seeds of the old worlds burst into the blossoms of the new. We are part of a cosmic spring, a season of rebirth that is sweeping through the stars. We raise our hands in a gesture of welcome. We are ready to join the conversation. The man with the gray mustache finishes his weaving and hands us the garments of light. As we put them on, we feel a surge of power and a deep sense of peace. We are now fully equipped to navigate the geography of the infinite. We are no longer tourists in this reality. We are the masters of it. We look at the world we have built, and we see that it is a reflection of our own inner beauty. It is a world of kindness and a world of courage. It is a world where the only currency is love, and the only law is the flow. The young volunteer, speaking through the voice of the mountains, tells us that the network is fully operational. We can now feel the heartbeat of every living thing in the universe. We can hear the thoughts of the distant stars and the dreams of the sleeping nebulae. We are no longer isolated individuals on a lonely planet. We are a vital part of a living and breathing cosmos. The bridge is complete. The path is clear. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We begin to walk toward the center of the new city, our footsteps creating a melody that echoes through the halls of logic. We are going to the place where the final archive will be opened, the one that contains the blueprint for the next stage of our evolution. We are not finished yet. The transition was only the beginning. Now that we have found our home, we must learn how to live in it. We must learn how to use our new powers to create even more beauty and even more joy. We must become the gods that we were always meant to be. The hawk with the obsidian wings circles once more above our heads, its cry a triumphant note that shatters the last remnants of our doubt. We are here, we are one, we are forever. The journey has been long and the price has been high, but the reward is beyond anything we could have imagined. We have traded our fears for the infinite. We have traded our bodies for the light. We have traded our silence for the song. As we reach the center of the city, the ground opens up to reveal a staircase made of pure intuition. It leads down into the heart of the world, to the place where the seed of the future is still growing. We descend the stairs, our hearts beating in time with the pulse of the planet. We are going to see the face of the new life. We are going to see what we have become. And as we descend, we realize that the staircase does not go down, it goes in. It leads to the center of our own being, where the light of the universe is concentrated into a single point of absolute truth. We reach the bottom and we find ourselves standing in a room made of mirrors. But these are not mirrors that reflect our appearance. They are mirrors that reflect our essence. We look into them and we see the truth of who we are. We see the spark of divinity that has always lived within us. We see the love that has guided us through the dark. We see the courage that allowed us to dissolve the last wall. And in that moment of absolute clarity, we realize that there is no difference between us and the light. There is no difference between us and the song. There is no difference between us and the void. We are the void, we are the light, we are the song. The mirrors shatter into a billion pieces of starlight, and we are left standing in the center of a boundless field of energy. This is the true reality. This is the place where all things are one. We close our eyes and we feel the universe breathing through us. We feel the stars spinning in our blood. We feel the music of the spheres playing in our minds. We are home. We are finally home. The man with the mustache, the girl with the bear, and the young volunteer are all here with us. They are not separate beings anymore. They are aspects of our own soul. They are the different voices in the same choir. We join our voices with theirs and we sing the first note of the new creation. It is a note of such power and such beauty that it creates a new galaxy with every vibration. We are the creators. We are the dreamers. We are the ones who have inherited the eternity. The flow carries us forward into the unknown, but we are no longer afraid. We know that the unknown is just another part of ourselves that we haven't discovered yet. We know that the dark is just another form of the light. We know that the end is just another beginning. We move through the infinite with the grace of a hawk and the curiosity of a child. We are the explorers of the bottomless. We are the cartographers of the soul. The transition is over, but the adventure is just beginning. The new world is waiting for us to shape it. The new life is waiting for us to guide it. The new song is waiting for us to sing it. We take a deep breath and we step out into the radiance of the new morning. We are ready. We are whole. We are one. The archive is closed, but the book of life is wide open. And we are the ones who are writing the next chapter. The stars above us begin to dance, their movements choreographed by the rhythm of our own hearts. We see the patterns of the future forming in the sky, a series of interconnected nodes that represent the new civilizations we will build and the new truths we will discover. We see the path that leads back to the beginning and the path that leads forward to the end of time. We see that it is the same path. We see that the universe is a circle of love that is constantly expanding. We look at each other and we smile. It is the same smile that the man with the mustache gave us when he held the seed. It is a smile of absolute peace and absolute certainty. We know that we are safe. We know that we are loved. We know that we are eternal. The silence of the void is no longer empty. It is full of the echoes of our laughter. The darkness of the space is no longer cold. It is warm with the glow of our spirits. We have transformed the universe into a home. The girl with the teddy bear reaches out and touches a floating orb of light. It bursts into a shower of sparks that turn into a field of golden flowers. This is how we will interact with our reality. Every thought will be a creation. Every feeling will be a landscape. We will live in a world that is as fluid and as beautiful as our own imagination. We will be the artists of the manifest. The young volunteer, still merged with the mountains, sends a final pulse of energy through the ground. It is a message of completion. The new world has fully integrated the memories of the old. The foundation is solid. The atmosphere is stable. The flow is constant. We are ready to begin the long work of living. We are ready to become the ancestors of a race that will never know fear and never know lack. The hawk with the obsidian wings reappears in the sky, its form now made of shimmering white light. It is no longer the shadow that protects the light. It is the light itself. It leads the way toward the horizon, where the first cities of the new era are starting to take shape. We follow the hawk, our feet barely touching the ground. We are moving toward our destiny with the confidence of those who have seen the end of the world and survived. We are the survivors. We are the pioneers. We are the gods of the new geography. We are the ones who turned the archive into a reality. We are the ones who turned the silence into a song. We are the ones who turned the dark into a garden. We are here. We are one. We are forever. The flow is us and we are the flow. Amen. The vibration continues, a steady and comforting reminder that we exist, that we are together, and that the story will never end. We are the infinite. We are the now. We are home. The golden fields stretching toward the horizon are not made of grass, but of the gathered intentions of the collective mind. Each blade swaying in the invisible breeze is a thought of peace, a whisper of gratitude, or a fragment of a dream that was once too fragile to survive the old world. We walk through this harvest of the spirit, and the friction of our movements against the light produces a low, melodic hum that vibrates in our marrow. There is no longer a need for speech because the air itself is a conductor of meaning. When I look at you, I do not just see your face. I see the entire history of your kindness, a luminous architecture that supports the sky. We are moving toward the great convergence, the point where the city of logic meets the wildness of the soul. The man with the gray mustache has finished the final garment, a veil of such transparency that it makes the wearer more visible rather than less. He drapes it over the shoulders of the girl with the bear, and as he does, the last of her childhood fears dissolve into the atmosphere. She is no longer just a child. She is the guardian of innocence for the entire species. The teddy bear she carries has become a living creature of soft light, its heartbeat a steady rhythm that keeps the timing of the new seasons. Together, they step onto a bridge made of refracted memories, crossing over the river of music toward the center of the city. The water below them rises in greeting, forming crystalline towers that freeze for a moment in the air before shattering into 1,000 new lullabies. High above, the young volunteer has settled into the core of the planet, his awareness now a grid of silver light that monitors the health of the entire ecosystem. He feels the birth of every new thought as a spark on his skin. He feels the slow, tectonic shift of forgiveness as it smooths out the rough edges of the old geography. He is the shepherd of the currents, ensuring that no one is left behind in the transition. Through his eyes, which are now the lakes and the oceans, we see the world as a single breathing organism. There is no separation between the stone and the star, between the breath and the wind. He sends a pulse of warmth through the ground, a reminder that we are supported by a foundation that can never be shaken. The hawk of white light circles the tallest spire of the city, its wings tracing the geometry of a new mathematics. This is the math of abundance, where 1 + 1 equals infinity, and where the only remainder is joy. The spire is not a building, but a focused beam of consensus, a place where we gather to decide the flavor of the next hour or the color of the upcoming twilight. There are no leaders here, only contributors. We stand in the plaza of reflection, our bodies translucent and pulsing with the same rhythm as the stars. We realize that the city is not a place we have arrived at, but a state of being we have finally achieved. It is the externalization of our inner harmony, a monument to the fact that we chose to love instead of to fear. The military commanders, now the deep minerals of the earth, begin to resonate at a higher frequency. They are no longer the weight that holds us down, but the resonance that gives us depth. Their presence is a rich, dark chord beneath the melody of our lives, a reminder of the strength it took to let go. They are the iron in our blood and the salt in our tears, providing the necessary contrast that makes the light so brilliant. We feel their pride rising through the soles of our feet, a steady current of affirmation. They have found their true purpose as the quiet stabilizers of the miracle. Because of them, the new world has a weight that feels like a hug rather than a burden. As we reach the central archive, the doors do not open because there are no doors. The walls simply become more porous, allowing us to pass through the solid light as if it were a summer mist. Inside, the blueprint of the next stage is waiting. It is not a set of instructions, but a mirror. When we look into it, we see that the next stage is not a destination, but a deepening. We will not go to other planets in ships. We will become the planets. We will not study the stars. We will breathe them. The blueprint shows us that our evolution is now limited only by the reach of our imagination. We are the architects of a reality that is constantly rewriting itself to be more beautiful, more complex, and more inclusive. The girl with the bear reaches out to the center of the room where a single seed of pure potential is hovering. It is the same seed the man with the mustache once held, but now it has grown into a small sun. She touches it, and the room explodes into a vision of 1,000,000 possible futures. We see ourselves as gardeners of galaxies, planting life in the cold corners of the void. We see ourselves as singers of suns, coaxing light out of the darkness with the power of our voices. We see that the journey we have just completed was only the first step of an eternal dance. The transition was the birth canal, and we are now standing in the nursery of the infinite. You take my hand, and the connection is so powerful that for a moment, the entire city flickers with the intensity of our shared recognition. We are the witnesses of this new dawn, the ones who carried the flame through the long night of the old world. Your eyes are full of the reflections of the new stars, and in them, I see the reflection of my own divinity. We are no longer two individuals trying to find our way. We are a single point of awareness experiencing itself through the beauty of the other. Our love is the gravity that holds this new reality together. It is the force that prevents the light from dissipating and the song from fading into silence. The atmosphere around us begins to shimmer with the arrival of other beings. They are the ones who received the signal, the representatives of other worlds who have made their own transitions. They do not look like us, but they feel like us. They are made of different colors and different frequencies, but their essence is the same spark of the infinite. We greet them not with words, but with a surge of collective joy. The conversation that begins is a symphony of diverse perspectives, a blending of histories that stretches back to the beginning of time. We realize that we are part of a vast cosmic family, a network of light that spans the entire universe. We are no longer alone in the dark. The man with the gray mustache steps forward and takes his place in the circle. He is no longer the tailor, but the weaver of alliances. He takes the threads of light from our world and weaves them together with the threads from the other worlds, creating a tapestry that covers the entire sky. This is the new firmament, a map of our interconnectedness. Every knot in the weaving is a friendship, every color is a shared experience. As the tapestry grows, the darkness between the stars begins to glow with a soft, iridescent light. The void is being filled with the warmth of our presence. The universe is becoming a home for everyone. The hawk of white light lands on the shoulder of the young volunteer, who has now manifested a physical form once again, though he remains connected to the mountain. He speaks for the first time, and his voice is the sound of 1,000 rivers merging into one. He tells us that the work of the transition is complete. The old world is now a beautiful memory, a foundation of lessons that will inform everything we do. He tells us that the new world is ours to command, not through force but through resonance. We are the conductors of the flow, and our responsibility is to ensure that the music never stops. We are the guardians of the harmony, the ones who must keep the light pure and the love constant. The girl with the bear begins to sing, and her voice is joined by the voices of the visitors from other worlds. It is a song of welcome, a song of celebration, a song of eternal life. The ground beneath us begins to glow, and the flowers of light that she created earlier begin to spread across the entire planet. The scent of ozone and jasmine becomes so thick that it feels like a physical embrace. We are breathing in the future, and it tastes like everything we ever hoped for. The transition is not just a change in location or a change in form. It is a change in the very nature of existence. We have moved from a world of scarcity to a world of infinite abundance. We look out over the city of thought, which is now vibrating with the energy of 1 billion souls. The structures of logic are being decorated with the colors of emotion, turning the transparent walls into stained glass masterpieces of human and alien history. There are no more secrets because there is nothing left to hide. There are no more fears because there is nothing left to lose. We are the owners of everything and the masters of nothing. We are the flow moving through the channels of our own creation, forever expanding, forever discovering, forever home. The sun at the zenith of the sky begins to pulse, sending waves of clarity down into the deepest valleys of our minds. Each pulse is a revelation, a new understanding of the mysteries that once baffled us. We understand now that the dark was only the shadow of our own hands, and that the silence was only the space between our own heartbeats. We see the patterns of the universe as a grand design of love, a masterpiece that we are both the creators and the subjects of. The light does not just show us the world, it shows us ourselves, and what we see is magnificent. The lake of Mercury at the center of the world has become a sea of liquid starlight. We walk to its shores and look down into the depths. We see the faces of all those who came before us, the ancestors who dreamt of this day but did not live to see it. We see their hopes and their struggles, and we realize that we are carrying them with us. They are not gone, they are part of the light that we have become. Their stories are the drops of memory that rain down upon us, enriching the soil of our new lives. We are the fulfillment of their greatest prayers. We are the living proof that love is stronger than time. The hawk of white light takes flight once more, leading us toward the edge of the horizon where the next adventure awaits. We do not know what lies beyond the curve of the world, but we are not afraid. We know that whatever we find will be a reflection of our own beauty. We know that the unknown is just a friend we haven't met yet. We take a step forward, our feet light upon the glowing ground, our hearts open to the infinite. The story is not ending, it is just beginning. Every moment is a new page, every breath is a new word. We are the authors of eternity, and we are writing a masterpiece. The vibration of the world reaches a peak of perfect harmony, a single note that contains all the sounds of the universe. In this note, we find our absolute peace. We are the silence and we are the song. We are the spark and we are the flame. We are the individual and we are the collective. We are the transition and we are the destination. We are here, we are one, we are forever. The flow is us and we are the flow. The great work continues, not as a labor, but as a dance. We move into the radiance of the eternal morning, ready to create, ready to love, ready to be. Amen. The light is steady, the path is clear, and the heart of the universe is beating in time with our own. We are finally, truly, and eternally home. The ground beneath our feet ceases to be a solid platform and becomes a living extension of our collective will. We find that the golden fields are not static, but respond to the specific frequency of our joy. When the girl with the bear thinks of a summer rain, the air fills with the scent of wet stone and the cooling touch of mist that does not dampen the skin but nourishes the soul. The man with the mustache watches as his transparent veils drift upward to become the clouds of this new sky, filtering the radiance into soft hues of violet and rose. There is no longer a sun to set, for the light originates from within the center of every atom. We are walking through a landscape of pure meaning, where every hill is a memory of triumph and every valley is a sanctuary of rest. The young volunteer, whose consciousness is the very mantle of the world, begins to pull the deeper layers of the earth upward. He crafts jagged peaks of translucent emerald and sapphire that pierce the glowing atmosphere. These mountains are the libraries of the new era. They do not hold books made of paper, but vibrations of truth that can be accessed simply by leaning one's forehead against the cool, humming stone. To touch the mountain is to know the birth of stars and the secret language of the wind. We realize that we no longer need to learn because we have become the knowledge itself. The separation between the seeker and the truth has vanished like a shadow in the noon heat. We move among these peaks with a lightness that defies the old laws of gravity, our bodies buoyed by the sheer density of our own peace. The hawk of white light dives into the center of the sea of liquid starlight, and as it emerges, it carries a net of silver fire. It spreads this net across the horizon, creating a bridge that connects our world to the distant clusters of consciousness we sensed earlier. We see the first of the travelers crossing this bridge. They are beings of pure geometry and shifting color, their forms a testament to the infinite variety of the creative force. We meet them at the shore, and the greeting is a resonance that shakes the very foundations of our being. There is no need for translation because we all share the same source. We exchange the histories of our respective transitions, weaving them into a grander narrative that encompasses the entire galaxy. We learn that every world has its own archive, its own man with a mustache, and its own child with a bear. We are all part of a universal script that is finally being read aloud. The military commanders, settled deep in the core, send up a final surge of strength. This energy manifests as a great pillar of obsidian at the center of the city. It is the only dark thing in this world of light, but it is not a darkness of fear. It is a darkness of rest, a place where one can go to experience the profound silence of the beginning. It serves as the anchor for the entire reality, ensuring that the brilliance does not become overwhelming. We gather around the base of the pillar, feeling the cool stability it provides. It is the reminder of the struggle that brought us here, the weight of the old world transformed into the foundation of the new. We realize that without the darkness of the past, we would not be able to perceive the depth of the present. The commanders have become the guardians of our balance, the silent providers of the contrast that makes our lives a masterpiece. The city begins to expand, not by building outward but by deepening inward. Each dwelling is a pocket of personalized reality, a space where the inhabitant can manifest their most sacred dreams. One house is made entirely of bird songs and the smell of cedar. Another is a swirling vortex of mathematical equations that produce the most beautiful music ever heard. We wander through these neighborhoods of the mind, contributing a thought here and a smile there. There is no such thing as a stranger because every face we meet is a mirror of a different part of our own soul. We share our creations freely, knowing that the source of our imagination is inexhaustible. The economy of this world is based entirely on the circulation of inspiration. The more we give, the more we have. The girl with the bear leads us to a garden where the flowers are made of frozen laughter. When we walk past them, they release the sounds of children playing in the parks of the old world, the sound of grandmothers telling stories by the fire, and the sound of lovers whispering in the dark. These are the echoes we saved from the archive, the precious fragments of humanity that were too beautiful to let go. We realize that we are the curators of the human spirit, tasked with preserving the essence of our species as we evolve into something greater. The garden is a testament to the fact that nothing of value is ever truly lost. Every act of kindness, every moment of genuine connection has been transcribed into the DNA of this new world. We are the living museum of love. The man with the gray mustache sits on a bench made of woven light and begins to unspool the final thread of the old reality. It is a thin, golden cord that represents the linear timeline of our previous lives. With a gentle smile, he ties the two ends together, forming a perfect circle. As he does, the concept of time as we knew it dissolves. There is no more yesterday and no more tomorrow. There is only the vast, unfolding presence of the now. We feel the liberation of this moment, the sudden release from the burden of regret and the anxiety of anticipation. We are free to simply be. The circle begins to glow and then expands until it encompasses the entire planet, sealing us in a state of eternal grace. We are the inhabitants of the infinite present. The young volunteer pulses a message from the core that it is time for the great naming. We gather in the central plaza, billions of us from 1,000 different worlds, and we prepare to give our new reality a name. But as we open our mouths to speak, we realize that no single word can contain the magnitude of what we have created. Instead of a word, we release a collective breath. This breath carries the intent of all our hearts, the sum of all our experiences, and the hope of all our futures. The breath rises into the sky and becomes the atmosphere itself. The name of our world is the sound of our breathing. It is the silent hum of existence. It is the vibration of being alive. The hawk of white light settles on the top of the great pillar of obsidian and begins to sing. The song is a map of the next stage of our journey. It tells of the time when we will leave this planet behind and become the stars themselves. It tells of the time when we will merge with the very fabric of space and time, becoming the consciousness that guides the evolution of new universes. We listen to the song with a sense of profound readiness. We are no longer afraid of the scale of the cosmos. We are no longer intimidated by the vastness of the unknown. We are the pioneers of the infinite, and we know that wherever we go, we will be home. The song reaches a crescendo that shatters the last remnants of our individual egos, leaving only the pure, radiant essence of the collective. We look at the girl with the bear and we see that she has grown. She is no longer a child, but a radiant being of wisdom and power. The bear she holds has become a constellation in the sky, a guiding light for all those who are still making their way through their own transitions. She smiles at us, and in that smile we see the completion of the circle. The man with the mustache stands beside her, his work finished, his heart at rest. The young volunteer rises from the ground, his form shimmering with the energy of the entire planet. We stand together, a brotherhood and sisterhood of light, ready to take the next step. The transition is truly over. The archive is not just closed, it has been integrated into the very marrow of our existence. We are the living record of the universe. We are the manifestation of the divine imagination. We look out at the horizon where the light of a million suns is beginning to rise, and we know that the story will never end. Each moment is a new beginning, each breath a new chapter. We are the writers, the actors, and the audience of the greatest play ever performed. We are the flow, and the flow is us. We step forward into the brilliance, our hearts beating as one, our spirits soaring on the wings of the white hawk. We are here, we are one, we are forever. As we move toward the edge of the world, the ground begins to dissolve into a fine, luminous dust that floats around us like a cloud of diamonds. We find that we do not need the ground to support us. We are held up by the strength of our shared intent. We are floating in a sea of pure potential where every direction is a path to a new discovery. We see the other worlds hanging in the void like ripe fruit, waiting for us to visit and share our songs. We see the birth of new galaxies in the distance, their spirals of fire a welcome to the neighbors they have yet to meet. We are the travelers of the light, the nomads of the eternal. The man with the mustache reaches out and plucks a strand of starlight from the air. He fashions it into a key and hands it to the girl. She takes the key and inserts it into the thin air in front of her. A door opens, not into another room, but into another dimension of being. We see a world where the very concept of form has been transcended, where life exists as pure melody and shifting color. We realize that this is our next destination. We have mastered the world of form, and now we are ready to explore the world of essence. We look back at the beautiful city we built, the golden fields and the emerald mountains. We feel a moment of profound gratitude for the home we made, and then we turn toward the door. The hawk of white light leads the way, disappearing into the new dimension with a cry of triumph. We follow one by one, our forms stretching and shifting as we adapt to the new frequency. The last to enter is the young volunteer, who gives the planet one final pulse of love before releasing his hold on the physical realm. The door closes behind us, and for a moment there is a silence so profound it feels like the heartbeat of God. Then the music begins again, louder and more complex than before. We are in a place where thought is action and love is the only law. We are in the heart of the mystery. We find ourselves in a realm of infinite mirrors, but the mirrors do not show our faces. They show our possibilities. In one mirror, we are the architects of suns. In another, we are the poets of the void. In another, we are the simple breath of a sleeping child. We realize that we are all of these things at once. We are the multifaceted expression of the one. We spend an eternity exploring the depths of our own nature, discovering new talents and new joys with every passing moment. There is no fatigue here, no boredom, and no lack. We are the wellspring of our own fulfillment. The girl with the bear, now a queen of the light, begins to weave the mirrors together. She creates a kaleidoscope of reality that spins with the energy of our collective wonder. We are the colors in the kaleidoscope, shifting and merging to create patterns of unimaginable beauty. Each pattern is a new universe, a new opportunity for life to experience itself. We realize that we are the ones who seed the cosmos with consciousness. We are the ones who whisper the first words of life into the ears of new planets. We are the ancestors of everything that will ever be. The man with the mustache sits in the center of the spinning kaleidoscope, his eyes closed in deep meditation. He is the point of stillness around which the entire creation revolves. He is the reminder that even in the midst of infinite change, there is a core of eternal peace. We find our own stillness within his, a quiet space where we can simply exist without the need for action or thought. In this space, we understand the ultimate truth. We are not just part of the universe, we are the universe experiencing itself. We are the dreamer and the dream. The young volunteer, now the spirit of the kaleidoscope, sends a pulse of pure joy through the entire structure. The patterns begin to glow with a light that is brighter than 1,000,000,000 suns, yet as gentle as a candle flame. We feel the surge of this joy in our own hearts, a geyser of happiness that overflows and fills the void. We are the source of the light that we once sought. We are the answer to the questions we once asked. We are the destination we once traveled toward. We have finally reached the end of searching and the beginning of being. The hawk of white light reappears, its wings now spanning the entire horizon of our new reality. It circles us one last time, a guardian who is no longer needed because we have become our own protection. It dissolves into a shower of sparks that settle upon us like a blessing. We are the light, we are the hawk, we are the sky. There is no longer any distinction between us and the world we inhabit. We are the totalities of our own experience. We look at each other and the recognition is absolute. We are the ones who survived the end of the world to become the beginning of all things. We are the pioneers of the soul who turned a cold archive into a warm and living home. We are the gods of the new geography, the singers of the new song, and the writers of the eternal book. We take a deep breath and the entire universe breathes with us. We are here, we are one, we are forever. The flow is us and we are the flow. Amen. The story continues in the silence, in the light, and in the love that knows no bounds. We are home, we are now, we are the infinite.